Hey guys, this is the Ekron Writer here, welcoming you to the fourth book in the series of my Mortal Kombat Chronology, which is based on Mortal Kombat Deception, Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Originally, I had the working title known as Mortal Kombat Trojan Dragon, and I actually made an online poll, and a lot of the people said nay on that one. So I had to change the title, and this is the result that we have now. So I hope I did a better job with the title. I just don't want to spoil much. But yeah, just like Deception, this is a continuation, a short continuation of Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, or my third book in the series, Mortal Kombat Vengeance. And surprisingly, it actually took half the amount as the last fanfic. Because the last fanfic took like almost 4 months. Because I had to get it done before the holidays. But this is like, I guess over 2 months. Not really 3. But almost more than 2. So, just like Deception, it's going to feature the Konquest mode and all that. So, it takes place moments after the combatants won over the Deadly Alliance, and yet they succeeded in reviving Onaga and his undead army. So, let's get this thing going. Alright, Mortal Kombat, The Return of the Dragon King. Welcome to my 4th Mortal Kombat epic. Just like the last one I did for Deadly Alliance, Mortal Kombat Vengeance, Deception is completely new to me, especially as far as Konquest goes. Perhaps it'll take another 4 months like the last one, which it didn't. It's like half. As usual, it shall start with a brief prologue, with just a little recap of the cliffhanger of the last epic. Prologue. At the palace ruins erected by the enslaved villagers of Sundo, atop of an outworld plateau, Fujin and Raiden were standing idly. It was such a brutal, tumultuous fight against the evil duo known as the Deadly Alliance, consisting of Quan Chi and Shang Tsung. According to the Godly Brothers, it had been 500 years since they'd formed the Unholy Alliance, which was the same type of threat in the Great Kung Lao's time. Thankfully, his promising descendant and Nightwolf were successful thwarting them on their mission to enslave Liu Kang's soul while resurrect the Dragon King and his undead army. The champions and their comrades were just escorted as they returned to Earthrealm, some to Edenia, via another ship that they powered up. The pair took in a peaceful respite, until they heard a weak chuckle. Following the deep voice in the opaque chamber, they soon noticed it belonged to the pale roaming sorcerer Quan Chi, still alive and barely hanging by a thread with his broken, bleeding neck. They went over to him, wearing irritated looks. "I thought we slain him," said Fujin. "Nope, they didn't." "Not quite, Blender of Gods." The Wind God was about to smite him until Raiden held him back. "What is it that you know of Onaga, Quan Chi?" "You're too late, lowly gods. Onaga will soon be reborn. We have offered many souls to the Dragon King and his loyal army. Now his rebirth is nearly complete. It is only a matter of time." Brothers gazed onto the inactive, mummified remains. Fujin objected until Raiden forced him to observe their eyes glowing in an eerie green hue. The sight startled Raiden, but Fujin was more boastful. "We can smite them easily." "You have no power here. The undead slaves of Onaga are unbeatable, and with the souls locked in each of the many sarcophaguses, they can easily overwhelm you, as they shall await their master's second awakening. It won't be a cakewalk once the Dragon King has risen. All realms shall bow down to Onaga's insatiable might." Irritated, Fushin declared, "Shut up!" He unleashed his sphere of arrow energy onto the dying foe, yet Raiden was still fixated onto the army's abrupt stir. Through flashes of intense radical lightning, both Raiden and Fushin were drawn away from Quan Chi's lifeless vessel as they beheld a horned king which seemed to be 9 feet tall. They were able to make out his piercing orange eyes glaring down onto them, and the shiny spikes protruding from his 3-foot wingspan as he slowly walked from some other chamber. Oh boy. He then let out a roar which would belong to the devil himself as he elongated his arms and rose his head. Their nightmare has come into fruition! The second coming of the Dragon King Onaga, the mighty and omnipotent ruler of Outworld, exceeding Shao Kahn, has been resurrected! Raiden just stood in shock as if from his own electricity, with his mouth agape. It can't be! Reanimated followers rose from their bows and kowtows, fixating onto the intruders. Fushin noticed their foreign incantation, perhaps worshipping their master being reborn, and he conjured up an F3 tornado. Disgusted by the deadly legion, he swept them up seamlessly as they were being tossed in the volatility, then aimed toward their own lord. The impacts irritated the intimidating serpent, who unleashed his fiery fury onto the brother gods, who dodged his stream of methane and other lethal chemicals that belonged to a flaming cocktail. Raiden and Fushin fired up and released their lethal volleys of lightning and wind, in which it only held the invincible Dragon King back. He continued his march as if it was nothing, before the gods tried again, more furious this time. What they didn't notice were several of their disciples running towards them and beholding the horrifying display of the mountainous dragon. Upon his right shoulder, he received a chip from a sharp, shiny edge of a tossed hat. The streams of elements halted as they faced the new assailant, as did Onaga, who received the same hat as it returned like a boomerang. Kung Lao! He never expected to see his warriors amongst this peril. Nevertheless, the courageous Oriental was ready for battle as he teleported closer to the beast. The other combatants within the group, consisting of Sonya, Jax, Johnny, Katana, and Nightwolf, were observing the battle. They seemed very anxious on assisting their hapless mentors, especially knowing the fact they seemed powerless in Outworld. Master Raiden! We took the rip back to Outworld from my portal device! Sonya shouted. Raiden and Fushin were flabbergasted. They were willing to risk their lives in an effort which seemed futile. Stay back, Sonya! No! Lao took out on the offensive and he dashed toward him with his hat drawn. He charged and sliced Onaga's abdomen, then performed his lethal whirlwind kick before he was caught in his crushing grip that can rival an anaconda's. Picked up the former monk as if he was nothing but a doll, before he used his right claw to pry apart a leg. Lao was heard grimacing, and a fiery serpent made of orange flames burst out of its retainer. The dragon took the form of the towering animality as it launched on the other dragon's head. However, Onaga remained completely unfazed as it tossed Lao away and attempted to crush the S-shaped essence. It reared back and breathed fire onto his face, but it was just a sheer blinding display when Onaga clutched its head sideways. Lao slowly stood up, despite his excruciating legs, as he raised an arm to summon the pyromaniac back into the golden dragon head. The last thing he wanted was to let his Shaolin brother's soul be decimated, then enthralled by the Dragon King. Each combatant then dove in and used their own formidable prowess, much to Raiden's astonishment. Everyone was like annoying fleas as Onaga seamlessly mopped the floor with them. Lao, Raiden, and Fushin watched in terror as their friends fell. Liu Kang, get inside me! He ordered, despite the lethal pain coursing through him. Raiden wouldn't allow it as he made an aerial dive into Onaga's gut before raising a hand as sparks flew. Stand down, Kung Lao! The electrocution worsened the former monk. He used a hand to make him rise, but only partially as his head swam. He hardly saw his mentor hold back the abominable reptile, and he could hardly make out Fujin begging him to stop. Raiden! He hardly had the strength to cry for him. Raiden still refused to surrender or run. Then his still crippled body crouched as he growled in a foreign language. Recognizing the spell, the nimbler Fujin knew he was performing the unthinkable. His eyes widened, almost churning his placid as them, then froze as he embraced the horror. Raiden's own body was lighting up like a dazzling sky during a firework finale, as bolts of lightning went into him. The wind god knew what he had to do. His scream for his dear brother was hardly audible before a ginormous white explosion decimated the interior of the palace. The outer structure collapsed upon the impact, burying everyone and everything caught in the blast. Moments later, the smoke still remained, and despite the rubble enveloping the floor, Onaga rose up with barely a scratch. The unchallenged abomination made his body snap, as intact as ever. It shook off the soot as if it was just a mere firecracker that harmed him. He was the only living specimen left as the newer supreme ruler of the accursed realm. As soon as he picked up a shiny golden amulet with the jade epicenter, Onaga let out an ear-piercing roar, declaring his reign would soon commence. Well, since there was no music listings, I wish I found the intro, but I had to improvise with these. The working title was named Trojan Dragon based on Onaga's inception. However, it was frowned upon by voters on the Twitter poll I made. Instead of having a subjective title that had changed its name depending on the language, i.e. France, using mystification, since deception means disappointment over there, I decided to keep the title as basic as possible, so Return of the Dragon King sufficed. So the prologue's nice and short like it should be, but the question remains, who survived and who hasn't within Raiden's intense blast? Find out later. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'd rather do it in 2 separate parts to make matters easier. So a little cliffhanger there. I'll see you guys later. Just want to get that boring song out of the way. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Last time, we were just in Outworld with the godly brothers Raiden and Fujin, who actually received words from dying Quan Chi that their mission, Quan Chi and Shang Tsung's mission, has been accomplished because they already had preparations for reviving Onaga and his undead army. And so they beheld the Dragon King himself, and the undead army was activated, and they fought their damnedest against the Dragon King, and they actually lost against him. He was too powerful. And several of their combatants joined in the fray as Nightwolf warned everyone and stopped Liu Kang's ascension that Onaga has been resurrected. So, needless to say, the Dragon King was too powerful for them, and so Raiden used his sacrificial blast to destroy it, as well as the tomb, Shang Tsung's palace. But Onaga seems to be the only one standing and found the amulet. So who actually survived the blast? Well, let's find out. Alright, continuation 1, in the beginning. Before I start, this story is pretty much going to be in 2 separate parts. Almost every chapter will have an A and B plot, with Konquest being the most obvious, while at the same time there'd be the main plot involving Onaga. Konquest and Shujinko may pretty much be in the back seat. Not a huge fan of neither, though it was still interesting, especially with 616's Let's Play, which he never finished. He only had 2 parts. Alright, let's do this. Beneath the clear indigo sky, the dragon emblem of the Mortal Kombat tournament stood proudly as it overlooked a small, desolate village. A towering white fountain was smack dab in the center of a mahogany tile floor, where several kids were having what seemed to be like recess as nearly everyone role-played and charade their favorite fighters near the park. One of them smirked with his arms tightly on his hips at another kid wearing a blue garb compared to his red one. Well, I'll do my best to mimic them. Shang Tsung, I will win the Mortal Kombat tournament and free Earthrealm from your tyranny. Is that so? Then it seems I will need a stronger opponent to defeat the great Kung Lao. He motioned to 2 kids stacked on each other. Goro, fight! The red Oni Shujinko put up his dukes and was prepared for any of the 4 armed assailants' onslaughts. All the other students just cheered and watched in awe at the intimidating sight. Their limbs continued to wave. They were about to suck the star pupil one. We're late! Suddenly the bell rang, signaling all the kids to return to the numerous Seiyuas and Hutans throughout the ancient community. Believe me, it's pretty ancient. They scattered all over that their scampering feet didn't even make the nearby unconscious man stir. He was sprawled out belly down next to the woods. Kung Lao's eyes began to flutter under his breath. His right hand was trembling before he used it as support to help him up. He waited for his vision to clear and for his strength to return, and as he gazed upon his surroundings, he realized he wasn't necessarily dead, as he'd be where only the Elder Gods knew instead of an Earth realm. When he finally no longer felt fatigued, Lao stood and readjusted his hat. I need to head back to the Wuxi Academy. At the corner of his peripheral vision and keen hearing, he noticed 2 kids, with one of the boys being a sort of guide to another. Ugh, it's APEP. And as you all know, Deception has the worst voice acting. So I'll try my best. Hi, you must be Shujinko, the one Master Barocho mentioned. I've seen you around here before. You and your friends are always pretending to be famous warriors in that park over there. My name is Apap. Master Boraicho asked me to show you the other schools where he teaches martial arts. Follow me. Master Boraicho? He's here? He was flabbergasted how he must have survived after that ordeal when the former monk in Fusion dissipated the Solnado moments before the former defeated the Deadly Alliance. He wasn't too struck about the drunkard's sacrifice, though Lao was certainly intrigued. He decided to tag along with the two teenagers as they ran to a large shoji. As he did, there were other tardy stragglers who almost bumped into him. Lao was stunned, however. It wasn't until a peasant walked through. Lao noticed his body literally ripple as the peddler pretended he wasn't there. He immediately startled as he inspected his translucent self, with only his arms and feet making contact. A cry was caught in his throat. It can't be! Dreaded he had passed, and his spirit never crossed over to another realm as he recollected the explosion back in Outworld. Not even Apep's words hardly got him out of his funk. Here it is. This is another of Master Boraicho's classrooms. I think he's starting another lesson right now. You should go inside. I will wait for you out here. He stood idly beside the wooden stairway. Shujinko slowly treaded up as he followed the sharp grunts emanating from inside. Lao did the same as he was desperate to get some answers, even if they were from his mentor that often has one too many. And I agree with Ian. I'm not a huge fan of him. As soon as he reached the handle for the sliding door, his hand just instantly vanished around it, much to his terror. He tried again, but it transpired with the same effect. I truly am an apparition. Maybe I have died in that blast after all. His sight spotted Shujinko receiving a lecture in Mandarin before he practiced some fencing. Lao wondered if his clear essence would go straight through the entrance. To his surprise, there was no obstruction, almost as if walking through air. Nevertheless, he watched the sensei's class for several minutes, which was just basic combat skills. He knew better not to bother the big oaf. However, he was also certain he might not notice him. Boys cheered with their arms raised, saluting their teacher. Okay, kids, get your stuff, he articulated in Lao's native language. All he did was follow this Shujinko boy around. He walked down and met up with his pal. Good, you are finished. Come on, let's go to the next class. Again, the promising disciple followed to another shoji to the northeast, just across a perfect crimson bridge over a thin stream. Here it is. Master Boraicho says you are interested in becoming a real warrior. If you're going to be the best, you will have to train hard. It is not easy, but it is worth it. Go inside to watch the next lesson. Out of disinterest, Lao just stood outside, and he never minded the chilly breeze nor the drizzle at all. He could only feel the slight wind coming off the rivers, but it never fazed him. He tried to process what the elder gods was going on. Class had already been completed. Shujinko arrived beside Apep again. The next class is beyond this bridge. We need to pay the toll to get across, but I have no money. We must find some other means to pay the toll. I hear the toll man really loves ham. Maybe that can help. Oh, well, he's not really too helpful in the game, so I changed it up. Over the southern red bridge, Shujinko dashed over to the deserted storefront. Before he and Lao knew it, the sky was getting darker. The kid then found another who was a tad older than him, taught him how to meditate in the lotus position. Lao took a loud much to his surprise. It was as if the clouds dashed by before the sun rose. He was never sure nor why the weather and time of day transitioned so fast. Out of his curiosity, he walked through one of the little huts, and on the one table was a pile of open, disheveled newspapers. In Chinese, Lao scanned the page, and upon his spotty sight from his lingering days, he saw something was off. At the top right header on one of the pages, the date read January 2nd, 1964. Lao backed away a few feet, never wondering on bumping into any furniture. So, I hadn't died after all. I actually went through time. How is this possible? His wavering mind nearly lost sight of Shujinko, but it wasn't long before he spotted him, telling the butcher of the problem he had with the toll guard. You are right. The guard at the bridge must be hungry, Please take this ham to him. Immediately went to the guard across another blood-red bridge beneath a roof. Ham? I love ham! Thank you very much. Scuffled it down. Within a matter of seconds, he licked his fingers. Shujinko signaled Apep to run across before the guardsman returned to his perch. I do not know what you've said to the guard, but it worked. Let's go to the next lesson. Shujinko chased him. Lao had nothing else to do, decided to tread behind him to an even larger shoji. Here we are. As usual, I promised I will wait outside. I've already learned those lessons anyway. Lao just sat in the dirt road. Raiden, if only you were here. Before the possibilities of his death enters his mind, there was more chit-chat. You're halfway done. Just one more training room before the main school. The bridge is clear now. Follow me. It seemed that Shujinko was gaining its speed and stamina after every session, unlike Apep, who was found panting. Whew! I'm getting tired. Go on inside. I'll be waiting for you. It seemed to be the same old routine. Lao grew irritated, wondering if it'd be nothing more than deja vu chasing after Shujinko into class after class. You're back! Now let's try some more advanced maneuvers. They ran beneath a wide, elaborate green tilted roof before they encountered a series of windows engraved in a walled building. And I don't blame you if it's getting boring, especially all those tutorials. Although the former courtyard consisting of a cascading fountain and a granite floor, Lao knew for certain this was where he and Liu Kang were taught, where they were the same age as the numerous children here. Last stop, the Earthrealm Academy of Martial Arts. Most of us call it fight school. This is where students learn the most advanced techniques. Some of the best warriors of Earthrealm have studied here. I am training in Tai Chi these days, but I hope I will learn more fighting styles. Someday, I want to be the greatest warrior in Earthrealm. I will show the real Shang Tsung who is the best in kicking back all the way to Outworld. Anyway, I have to go to class now. I hope you decide to learn at our school. Bye! Good riddance. Sprinted like a deer away. When Lao materialized at the other side, he couldn't help but mimic both techniques with pride. Deja vu and nostalgia were beginning to hit him like a hurricane gust. All too soon it was over, though Lao remarked he mastered those so-called elitist fighting styles with ease. By the time he gathered his bearings, he noticed everyone had vanished. It was almost a minute before he spotted Bo patrolling the square, blocking his most prominent follower. I'm sorry, Shujinko, but I cannot let you pass these gates. Why not? Yeah, he sounds that snotty. The walls of this town are here for a reason, to protect the citizens from foreign dangers. There's the 10-foot-tall monoliths. You're too young and inexperienced to venture outside. Return to me when you can prove yourself that you've learned enough, and I may let you pass. Yes, Master Boraicho, I will continue my training. That won't necessarily stop the spirit coming through, Lao stated with a kata. He was just about to ram right through the obese oriental till a bright orange hue flashed beside him. His hearing perked up the otherworldly voice, and his fear of light startled the prodigal son. Greetings, Shujinko! What? Who are you? Do not be afraid. I am Damashi. I am an emissary of the Elder Gods. The Elder Gods? Indeed. They had the power to make this realm possible, as well as many others. I have come to you on their behalf because they need your help. Little did they know they had a peeping Tom with a razor-rimmed hat eavesdrop on the conversation. What kind of help do the gods need? The Elder Gods are in need of a champion, one who could complete a quest to save the realms. Shujinko, will you accept this quest to save all that exists? You will be a true hero. I will be your champion. What must I do? You must traverse the realms in search of items of great importance. But Master Boraicho won't let me outside the walls of this town. Not to worry, Shujinko. I will bestow upon you a great power, the ability to absorb the fighting styles from any fighter you encounter. This will give you the edge you need on your quest. There's a large poof, and he felt invigorated. Go now, return to Boraicho, and show him you are an experienced fighter. I will, Damashi. Thank you. I will not let the Elder Gods down. With new strength, the novice marched up to him. Back so soon? I thought you had returned to the school. I am ready to prove that my combat skills are good enough. Very well, Shujinko. Show me. They each made a fighting stance as they both bowed to each other and showed a leg back. Bo just snickered as he shook his head in disbelief, although Shujinko came at him with swift blows utilizing his Shaolin fists and mantis maneuvers, both in which Lao had mastered well. The outer worlder lord body was an easy target. His dominant strength was just as prominent. Lunge after lunge, he couldn't sworn he'd dislocate or even snap any of the kid's limbs as if it were twigs or a thick faggot. Shujinko still stood firm, especially when he was gripping the sturdy handle of a Dan Tian Dao. Each swipe by his Chinese blade or his quick charges and combined with his agility nearly made the mountain of muscle fall off his feet. The young light became more aggressive, never wanting this tyro to best him. However, his mind shifted gears rapidly as he observed Bo's brutal sacks and used them to his sore arms and chubby chest. With a wound uppercut of his sword, he impacted Bo's chin, sending him a few feet before crashing to the dirt road in a thud. He eventually rose as he got the wind knocked out of him, and his expression was almost as placid as the monoliths. Oh, I am most impressed, Shujinko. I had no idea you possessed such an aptitude for martial arts. I had no doubt that you will be able to handle yourself in the outside world. Thank you, Master Boraicho. You show great potential. I would very much like to train you myself. Perhaps I can mold you into the next great defender of Earthrealm. Train me personally? I would be honored. I train all my advanced students at my home down the road. Meet me there, and we will resume training. Motion to the maroon doors. I will see you there. Goodbye, Master Boraicho. So, he left the courtyard. From within the canopy, Kung Lao observed from a thick branch. I could be just as dangerous and nimble with my hat alone. Shujinko would have nothing on me, even if he should mirror my abilities. Prodigy soon came at a crossroads. Shujinko, I see you have passed your test. Yes, Damashi. The power you gave me to mimic other warriors worked well. I really felt as if I can fight like Master Boraicho. Made a pose. He was so impressed that he offered to train me personally. Excellent. There is much you can learn from him, but first, you must begin your quest. You must find 6 items of great importance, the Kamidogu. Think of them as tools of the gods. There is an impending doom that threatens the survival of all the realms. With these tools, the Elder Gods will vanquish this menace. Where do I find these Kamidogu? They've been scattered throughout reality. Each one lies hidden in a different realm. The Elder Gods are unable to retrieve these items themselves, and therefore must elect a champion born from within the realms to collect them. They've constructed portals and the Nexus to aid their champion in his quest. Where is this Nexus? Where do I find it? Once you've found the first Kamidogu, I'll show you what to do. Until then, good luck on your search. Thank you, Damashi. Came across a sign consisting of 2 arrows. Master Boraicho's home lies in the northeast. I feel I shouldn't go in that direction yet. Later on, he reached the beach. He found a lost golden medallion beneath. Then Damashi appeared before him again. I see. That is quite an impressive artifact. I suggest you keep it for yourself. Do not return it to Master Boraicho. Such an item can give you the credibility amongst the master warriors. I'll do what you ask. The spear was impressed on his unwavering loyalty. Good. Very good. I must leave you now, but you will see me again. Good luck on your journey. But I bring you a warning. An advice. A warning? It seems that you have entered Lin Kuei territory. You must be wary. The Lin Kuei are dangerous and are not to be taken lightly. They are exceptional warriors and do not welcome outsiders. Should I leave this province? No. I feel that the Lin Kuei may play a significant role in helping you acquire the Earthrealm Kamidogu. You must join them. Join the Lin Kuei? But they are a brutal clan of ninjas, but they are also a means to accomplishing your quest. You must discover a way to earn their respect and infiltrate their ranks. The Elder Gods are counting on you. The kid attained a map of the hidden temple with a distant mountain range. It was literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from Kung Lao's astral form. By the time it began to snow, they knew they had arrived. 2 large doors greeted them. Stop, infidel! Only great warriors are allowed to enter the Lin Kuei temple. Shujinko just responded, I am a great warrior. I have been personally trained by Master Boraicho and have been awarded the warrior's medallion to prove it. He took it out, just beneath the full moon, which reflected. The watchful eyes was astonished. Warrior's medallion? You are truly worthy of the Lin Kuei. We could use a warrior with your ability. Step inside, and you will be trained to fight as a Lin Kuei. Your teacher will be none other than Sub-Zero himself. Sub-Zero? This cannot be either Kuai Liang or Bihan. I doubt they've been born yet. Must be one of their distant brethren. Indeed it was, and there's another Konquest, a tutorial. I don't blame Ian for cutting these out. I don't want to go over this. It's too aggravating. You have finished your training. You are now a Lin Kuei warrior. For your first assignment, the Grand Master has commanded that you join our forces to the west. They have reported finding an unknown artifact that may greatly benefit our clan. We must secure it before our rivals do. Your password is Ice Dragon. Go now. Do not return until you have succeeded in securing the artifact. As you command. With the spanking new garb, Shujinko dashed away in search of the mysterious relic. Neither man was fazed by the frigid climate, not even Kung Lao's astral form. What seemed like weeks almost felt like minutes, until one of the veterans stopped him in his tracks. He was blocking an entrance. Halt! What is the password? Ice Dragon. Excellent. You must be the courier we have sent for, and a new recruit if I am not mistaken. You are just in time. There are Red Dragon not far from here, and they know we have this item. Take it to the Lin Kuei temple. We will distract the Red Dragon to aid your departure. I will leave at once. Spoilers, he won't. Anyway, Shujinko and Lao's eyes were fixated. Could this be? It's so stunning. Shujinko! Damashi, I have joined the Lin Kuei. I have learned Sub-Zero's that object you carry. Yes, it is as I suspected. Through the ignorance of the Lin Kuei, you have acquired the Earthrealm Kamidogu. I have? You must find the portal to the Nexus. When it opens, walk through to continue your quest. But the Lin Kuei... Must I remind you that your loyalties are to the Elder Gods, not to the Lin Kuei. Continue with your appointed quests. Yes, Damashi, I understand. After several days of wandering, Shujinko finally reached a gigantic gateway. It petite stairway led to the thin perch. Kung Lao never saw anything like it, let alone for portals. Ancient indeed. Shujinko, raise high the Kami Dogu. He did just that. Enter the portal. Just then, a field of emerald energy shone within the framework of the gateway. Shujinko edged to it. Kung Lao glided after him, and the portal energy seemed normal to him, not as radical as those in Outworld, unlike Shaolin monks. Kung Lao. You, Lord Raiden! You can see me. Indeed, I can. You're still alive. Yes, but only partially. What is happening? Why have we been sent back in time? This must be a temporal flux. We were brought back to the year 1964, although you and Liu Kang had not existed yet. Is this all a dream? Not likely. I doubt it is so. This reality appears too surreal to be classified as such. This alternate plane, for only our subconscious, must hold some mystical meaning. Raiden, who is Shujinko? Why must we follow him? I believe he has something to do with Onaga's second coming. He must be destined to lead on his quest. I have met him once, and I was intrigued on his mimicking capabilities. Surely he would have the clues needed on stopping the Dragon King. That's why we are in astral form. Precisely. Go inside the portal, Kung Lao. Watch for any indications in putting an end to our greatest adversary. Of course. Lao bowed low and slowly before he stepped through the emerald portal. Kung Lao. Wake up. Kung Lao, the chosen one. Fresh, crisp air brushed against his face, while his weary eyes cleared amongst the white light. Through his grogginess and aesthetics, Lao could have sworn the low-tenor oriental accent belonged to his ancestor. Fushin looked down at his disciple, just shook his head, and affirmed it was only him. Lao's head grew heavily again, while its mind slowly registered Raiden's sacrifice, and remembered seeing an opaque, large bipedal dragon of mamba green before he blackened out. He saw the incident flash before his eyes while the palace was being destroyed. Master! The wind god muttered as he laid firm hands on his shoulders. Calm yourself, Kung Lao! He encouraged him to take in deep breaths. Our limited powers in Outworld can only suffice so much. I had managed to teleport as many combatants as I possibly could, straight to the Sky Temple, until I had awakened you. Only 9 are all that's left of the survivors. The rest didn't make it. What? 9? That's all? The elemental nodded. Those being you and me, Nightwolf, Liu Kang, Aiko, Jade, Kwai, Frost, and Kenshi. Sonya, Jax, Katana, and Johnny, however, were not so lucky. Katana! No! Liu's voice echoed from the dragon medallion. We must save her! The cardiokinetic's name struck a nerve. Aiko! Is she safe? The wind god assured she's still at the academy with Jin. The former sighed with relief. I've been defeated. There was a muffled tenor in the distance of the Jinsei chamber. Lao could have sworn it belonged to Raiden, but he wasn't certain. So lifeless, weak, and perhaps I could not protect the realms. Then summarized he and Raiden had gone back in time and met a distant child named Shujinko. Your brother. He said he had met this mimic in the past. He believes he has something to do with stopping Onaga. We still have time. We need to warn warriors from other realms. He may be invincible, but I saw him take the fake amulet. It's assuming he doesn't know where the real one is. yet. Kung Lao, Liu Kang, I estimate you might find some inclinations within Edenia. Of course. Queen Sindel mentioned Onaga before he set out for the Deadly Alliance. Good call, Liu Kang. Fujin. The name Damashi. What does it mean? Damashi? Why does that name sound familiar? You know this, brother? I cannot recall exactly what I heard when I heard that name. Perhaps my memory has been swiped as me in my spirit. Either way, you must both venture to Edenia and enlist information from Queen Sindel and her royal guard. They must stay on high alert. Only she may assist you on this ancient wretched demon. Clenched his fist, mentioning him. By the time the Shaolin brothers were healthily prepared, he conjured up a funnel which made a rip. Good luck to both of you. All the realms depend on it. Lao nodded in earnest before he ran through. As soon as the portal closed, Fujin looked upon the distant vacant chamber. It is done. They are now underway, brother. I doubt there's been a novelization of MK Deception's Konquest mode, and I still doubt it. And I can't believe I managed to complete this chapter within 1 day. And about Lao and Raiden having their subconscious going through time, I'm sure there's another force at work, even saving them from imminent death. I always felt that MKX was a lousy rehash of both MK4 and Gold and Deception, as Onaga was the first to use necromancy upon his pawns before Shinnok and Quan Chi did, even though I'd prefer the Revenants over zombies, since they seem to retain their memories, don't have decaying flesh, aren't slow, nor have an insatiable hunger. They may be an older cliché, but they're more superior than their undead counterparts. The mysterious voice that Kung Lao heard? He thought it was his ancestor, even though Fujin affirmed it was only him. However, a special person who was played by Matthew Young King was heard instead. Little hint there, see if you can guess. Also, this fic shall be divided into 2 plots, the subplot being Shujinko's journey, contrary to the game, with plot A being business dealing with Onaga. I wish the beginning didn't have the sound effects added in, so I had to improvise. There are the songs for that. Ugh. No offense when I say that Deception is one of the weakest soundtracks in the series next to the NRS games. Sorry, Mortal Kombat Confessions. So what answers will Lao find in Edenia, and what of Raiden's fate? Find out later. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all next time. bad song from Strider. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Last time, in continuation 1, we just noticed Kung Lao in his astral form, who went back in time to 1964 from the current time that he was in, and he thought he was dead, but really he wasn't when he found out about that date. And he was just following Shujinko around the Earthrealm Oriental village, and he spotted Boraicho, his former master, which wasn't his drunken self, actually. And this was the start of Deception's Konquest mode. Eventually, Kung Lao followed Shujinko to the Linkway Temple, where he found the Earthrealm Kamidogu in a tunnel before the Red Dragon should get to it, and he soon found the ancient portal leading to the Nexus, and Kung Lao was about to follow him until he was interrupted by Raiden, also in his astral form, and apparently they seem to be in their subconscious minds, and they must find Shujinko to put a stop to the Dragon King, Onaga. So eventually Kung Lao woke up in the Jinsei chamber in the Sky Temple with Fujin watching over him, who just sent a portal into Edenia so that hopefully Kung Lao and Liu Kang could find the answers regarding the Dragon King from Queen Sindel. And Raiden is really in a weakened state. So, let's get it going. Alright, continuation 2, Onaga's plot. Kung Lao walked through the gusty neon blue portal. He actually slapped into the midst of the outworld frontier, just a few miles away from the royal establishment, with some portions of the exterior gleaming like beacons amongst the fuchsia macabre. The sudden air felt as if it went through the former monk's body, as transparent as Lu's spirit. He even could have sworn some very light frost littering the terrain, with tiny flakes falling and glistening while being tossed by the frigid wind. All of a sudden, Kung Lao felt a warming sensation from within himself, his dark clothing absorbing and containing it. He looked at himself with the comforting ardency, as if reading his mind like Kenshi, the champion's spirit was able to keep him cozy amongst the bitter cold of an early winter. The Oriental warrior thanked him, even though he was a tad envious, wishing he'd do the same if he would possess Lu's abilities. Before he ridiculed Lu's suggestion on possessing his body once more, Lao spotted some Onis in his peripheral vision, closing fast. His kicks, punches, and hat tosses were precise and swift, but each lunge seemed to leave a residue of thin smoke. Inspired by this, Kung Lao utilized his signature tornado kicks, which burned a nearby enemy caught in his wake. Vulnerable, the White Lotus veteran sliced through them like thin paper, finishing the small horde and spewing their scorching guts. There must be stragglers loyal to Onaga! I must be on my guard! Still, Lu's fiery essence remained constant inside him as he hurriedly continued his trek. Anxious, he figured his chance was to reach the safe haven before the ominous Onaga should find him as one of his untameable preys. Speaking of Shinnok, he found himself in another wave. This time he was ready as he made more quicker maneuvers, including his hat tosses, using his tornado skills to incinerate and teleporting to some unsuspecting Onis, even decapitating them with a direct throw and rebounds. After wandering a few feet in the disquietude, he eventually made out a wandering, shadowy figure. I shouldn't have repeated that word. His eyes couldn't make out the roamer as to whether or not he was another messenger to his greatest adversary. He then made a sharp fighting stance. Wait, he's not after you. Lao hesitated as he made out the likely spectre some more, surprising the humble monk since he would usually pounce on him without relent. Breaking the mounting tension, Lao stepped forward and declared with a spat, "Hey you! Follower of Onaga! Face me in combat!" The The silhouette stopped and turned, following the familiar sharp tone. Kung Lao! It was now distinguishably noticeable by the sight of his face and opaque wasp-colored garb. Hanzo! He trotted towards him, worried he could just be his usual wraith self. The rover raised a hand. Fear not. I haven't been consumed by my demonic self. At least not yet. That can't be. How is it you're still alive? A flash of that instant when he lost to his wraith self, before storming and losing to Quan Chi, then being tossed and torn asunder by the Solnado, entered his agog mind. After I lost my sanity by seeing my nemesis, then perishing, the elder gods blessed me as their champion. I rested within the heavens. Alas, I never saw my family there, though they granted me on a task to stop a man named Shujinko. Shujinko? Lao never heard of this name before, other than his spiritual odyssey. Not even the other monks had that name. Yes, I first met him in the Netherrealm and trained him to learn my skills as a wraith. Before I took my vengeance in the first tournament, I wound up in the Nexus, where all the Kamidogo were laid upon the altar, and I was tasked to kill the same frail man I met all those years ago. Unfortunately, he bested me in battle, and I was unable to prevent him on awakening the Dragon King. I shall make that fake champion pay for his life. Before his body should ignite while succumbing to his cursed self, Kung Lao warned that Onaga is roaming freely in Outworld, and he must warn the Adenians of the oncoming threat. Onaga is in Outworld? Well, in any case, it would seem I have a debt to repay. What of the Deadly Alliance? They've been defeated, Hanzo. Nightwolf and I finished them. But, and of Liu Kang's spirit? I'm still here, he said. He took out the amulet. Onaga is at large. We must watch out, Kung Lao. His corruptive influence infects the dead, bringing them to life as heralds in his conquest. We must be wary of any hostiles. There should be more than those petty Onis. I will accompany you. We shall prepare Adenia and all realms for the worst. You and Liu Kang are still the current champions of Earthrealm. We need to gather recruits from the other live realms. Onaga and Shujinko must be stopped at all costs. All existence depends on it. Lao and Hanzo bowed to each other honorably before they resumed their journey to Adenia. Several minutes later, the proud palace stood over the steep basaltic hills, and Hanzo's aid was very helpful when clobbering the Onis and other outworld creatures. They finally came across the armored guards, who were on high alert, crossing their hook swords in front of them, and denying them access. Halt! Who goes there? We are from Earthrealm. We wish no harm unto you. Hanzo and I had not been tainted. Is that so? We in the Royal Guard must remain vigilant. We've been hearing rumors of the Dragon King's second coming, and he and his followers would be marching onto our peaceful territory as we speak. Sindel has been in constant worry for her daughter. How can we be certain you two aren't any of Onaga's many vile followers? Kung Lao and Hanzo's tongues had been tied. Because they are champions of the realms! A gruffy voice answered before the bystanders heard footsteps of what a megaton beast could have been. The two knights faced their oncoming greeter, who stuck out 4 hands clutching the door sides before emerging. Kung Lao! Lao looked aloft as stupefied as ever. Koro? Relax, minions. He's on our side, as noble as ever, much like your great predecessor. Lao took off his hat as he bowed slowly and loud to the Shokan prince, bestowing him with deep respect. Then they shall pass, the 2 guardsmen yielded. and he allowed them through. So Goro knows Kung Lao. Ever since that peace treaty, Goro addressed the rumors were true, after all, concerning Onaga when he heard the news from the weary travelers, and Shiva, his lover, greeted them. The Shokan monarch urged them to meet up with Queen Sindel. Both of the four-armed beasties led them to the Indigo throne room. Jade and Asgarth stood beside her. The champion made a kneel, addressing the majesty of Edenia. Kung Lao, we welcome your presence, and Hanzo's as well. Of course, your majesty. We have noticed you're two of the survivors that incident in Outworld. What of my daughter? Fushin's words entered his mind. Only 9 combatants survived the ordeal, while others weren't so lucky. So, the gossip has rung true after all. Onaga's reign has begun once more, and I fear Katana may not be her normal self. Indeed, Onaga has a tendency to reanimate dead followers. I should know, as I was reborn once as a vengeful wraith myself. So you have, Hanzo. I acknowledge this, since Shao Kahn was Onaga's most trusted and powerful advisor. Before he reigned in Outworld and conquered Edenia, he once served under him. Shao Kahn? He performed duties for Onaga? Lao was flabbergasted, as was Lu. Yes, Onaga promoted him as his most prominent servant.
Right.
Sorry that I ran out of time, guys. So, where were we? Oh yeah. Yes, Onaga promoted him as his most prominent servant. Wait. Yes. Onaga promoted him as his most prominent servant. It was said that he and Khan both share such astonishing feats, both an immense strength and the talents to wield soul magic. However, their armies were different. The Dragon King conjures his own under his thrall, corrupting their bodies and souls, while Shao Kahn relies more on lively soldiers, teaching them his ways of the black arts. Shang Tsung! So both conquerors have the unique ways on ruling Outworld. Alright, who says that? Sindel? I guess. Yes, but since their methods of reigning terror has not been absolute, there was a quarrel between them. Their methods of power clashed with one another. The conqueror's standards never met Onaga's terms, and Khan was quickly growing weary to the point on dominating the land for himself. The armies were at a standoff. He knew there'd be a draw if he were to challenge Onaga in combat, until the Right Emperor poisoned the Dragon King. Without their ruler, the feeble undead army perished within minutes of Khan's bloodthirsty rule in establishing his own title. Kung Lao listened attentively as he sat on the circular floor. He was still astonished how Sindel and Goro knew so much, just by being under Khan's unstoppable tyranny for several thousand years, which can rival any mortal on Earth. After he processed the intel, he spoke. What is it that Onaga desires? To reign supreme in Outworld? Yes, and in the other realms, if he does find ancient relics known as the Kami-Dogu. The Kami-Dogu? I saw Raiden and I that Shujinko obtained the Earth Realm piece. Shujinko? I hadn't seen him since before Khan's invasion. You know of him, Queen Sindel? Indeed. If I'm correct, Onaga must have possessed all but one of the Kami-Dogu. Our flight means nothing if we remain alone. I believe I know what the final piece is, and we need to create a distraction to prevent Onaga and his undead followers on reaching it. We must join forces with the champions from the other realms. I will attend your cause as a former warrior of Outworld. Shiva laid a slim hand on him. I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid that you need to hold the fort. Lao has Scorpion to accompany him until all the champions from other realms had been found. Hanzo, please. Wait! Lao took out the golden dragon amulet. Lu's voice cracked with upset. What is it? What is it? I need to stay with the Adenians. It's Katana. I feel something is wrong. If you are visiting other realms, I need to stay here. Onaga must have perverted her, and I must save her. I understand your desperation. I too will look for answers to save my good friend. I'm certain Sindel's anxious as well. We may need to start looking at the lost tomb. We have cleaned out the place, but the large sarcophagus still remains. Now there it is. I believe it is Onaga's. Brother, I must stay with them, please. He hesitated for a brief moment, then he sighed. All right, you could go on without me. I understand your anxiety over Katana's well-being. Thank you, brother. I knew you'd be considerate. Fend yourself well, and you can wait for my return. He handed over the amulet to Jade. Sindel declared that they'll leave Edenia en route to Outworld in daybreak with several esteemed knights in tow, while Asgarth, Goro, and Shiva stayed on guard. One other thing. It's most likely my daughter may be under Onaga's thrall, and if we should encounter any of them, I'll protect you, Sindel, and try and release her from the spell. Kung Lao and I had done this before. You can count on it. Moments after a quick respite, Kung Lao and Hanzo resumed their search for other champions willing enough to fight off the Dragon King. However, as soon as the couple warriors were about to exit the palace, the form of them collapsed and reduced to unconsciousness, unable to retrieve the bystanders' calls. Oh, man. Within Liu Kang's new tomb, Aiko grew irritated, pacing around as she wondered of Lao's fate in Outworld. She felt something was amiss, like a random unfortunate incident which involved her mutual other in that dangerous frontier. All of a sudden her eyes squinted, and her head ached as an abrupt neon light granted her, which soon turned out to be a portal as her vision made it out. A figure walked through, wearing a ribbon of sorts, as streams were seen hanging from behind the head of the shadowy figure. She soon registered it was the blind telekinetic. Kenshi! He still wore that dissonant look, despite the blinding light of the rip. Aiko, something has happened in Outworld. I can feel anxiety, and I'm sure it is emanating from there. Outworld? Is it Onaga? I'm not sure, but my instincts drove me out of the Shirarayu headquarters. I sense something doesn't feel right, as my mind lost focus while mourning for Hanzo. Aiko paused. Kung Lao, I can feel something awful has happened to him. But I'm sure he's still alive. She took out her crimson gem and stated this was the same one she gifted to the Shaolin before his fateful fight against the Deadly Alliance. Kenshi grew intrigued by the sight of it. This must be a jewel forged by your concentrated energy. You're not only just a rare specimen that can manipulate the heart, but also forge jewels with those same abilities. You truly are a special case indeed. That made her blush a little. She looked at her precious gems still shining with her stored vitality. I don't think Kung Lao has perished. I would have felt something like chest pain, or the gem might grow dark. I've still yet to come to terms with this and my powers. Indeed. However, there's been an incident in Outworld. Good thing I'm capable of developing portals, as I'm a member of the Outer World Investigation Agency. Aiko nodded. Come, We must hurry." She was feeling the OCD pangs from the both of them, and it was certainly better than being under tension and wired feelings while being cooped up at the academy. They entered the portal and, to their surprise, wound up at Kenshi's altered coordinates at the shambles of Shang Tsung's former palace. The young warriors was paralyzed as if by radiant shocks. "Oh no! The palace has been destroyed! It's in shambles!" "Wait! It sure is quiet. I sense no loss of life here. My mind, it's scanning that no one seems to be buried within the rubble, nor any bodies being incinerated. There's no odor of ash nor brimstone. However, I could pick up a disturbing presence. Oh, Naga!" A vision of the ominous dragon interfered Kenshi's mind, as did Aiko's. "No!" Foul work for certain. My colleagues should be out there, as be Kung Lao. They must be out and about. I can still feel a faint trace of them. "Look out!" Aiko screamed. Her body lurched as she was lifted by a neon green light surrounding it. Kenshi, picking up the energy surge, shot out a psychic blast, raising a hand to the blending intruder. Aiko dropped to the ground, landing on her bruised arse. Then they beheld a garbed ninja wearing a dark, blood-red outfit with black. To the cardiokinetic surprise, he was none other than Ermac! Her mind drifted to the conversation she heard from Kung Lao as he cleaned out the warrior's shrine. Basically, it's the hidden boss fight in Shaolin monks. So, it's hard to get, really. There's a lot of stunts involved. You could pause here if you want. I don't feel like reading this, but, yeah, basically it's one of those optional boss fights against Ermac. So, Liu Kang and Kung Lao, they worked together to wipe him out. 2 against 1, but he was proven as a formidable opponent. I hope he gets an MK12, especially as Gerard, if possible. So, Psychic Slam. From the post on a high edge, Ermac leapt onto the shambled site, facing the duo. After the subtle impact, being she's a glass cannon, Aiko tapped on her dragon icon twice, turning crimson armor into a lime green. She believed with that shade, she thought she'd be immune to Ermac's own soul kinesis. Nightwolf, both the expert in shamanistic and technological skills, had built the said armor in order for Aiko to enhance her combat prowess. Each set of armor had its own unique properties, depending on the shade, whereas crimson was her cardiokinesis, turquoise was cobalt armor, though the lime hue was still experimental. With her confidence restored and her new set of armor, she dashed into the fray with her bowstaff drawn. Kenshi managed to stun him inside his telekinetic field, before Aiko gave him a series of swift whacks. She just jumped and twirled, performing another strike, with Ermac's manipulation having no effect on her immune body. Nightwolf was indeed a genius, testing out the armor's resistance with his own empowered weapons. Although his soul blast did send Aiko and Kenshi back a few feet, the blind swordsman unleashed his telekinesis as Ermac attempted to drive it back, with his causing a sort of psychokinetic tug-of-war. Aiko stuck out a hand, utilizing her kinesis, stopping the assault. But he knew better, using her free hand, forcing her back once more. She hardly absorbed his energy, and it seemed almost infinite. Suddenly, Ermac was encased in a green energy field before he went through the ground, then through it, emerging behind Aiko. Kenshi didn't have much time to react before she was punched directly. Aiko screeched before she was forced away, and Ermac refocused on the swordsman. The legion of raging souls knocked her out, and as her head began to swim, Somehow she found herself in Jin's house as she observed the kid playing a frustrating 8-bit game. Realizing the endless looping, buzzing tune and the funky-looking trees, she knew it was the Legend of Kage. Thanks for pointing it out, angry video game nerd. It's one of those obscure gems that I forgot. She recalled it was one of the obscure gems her mind forgot so many years ago. Just the music and trees in the background brought her lost memory back to the forefront. However, since there were no continues and being the difficulty involved instantaneous death and random, confusing enemy fire, the little tyke let out a scream of annoyance, nearly slamming the controller. The perception became fuzzy again, almost like it was fading, still stuck on the F key. The droning music triggered a strange lulling tune in her mind, a familiar one. A few notes repeated before continuing, and she found herself whistling those same keys. She even followed the entire piece, and it got Ermac's attention despite her being out of it. The assaulter faced her almost instantly with a heel turn until Kenshi hesitated before unleashing another psychoblast. Instead, something pricked both their minds, and the swordsman began to delve deeper into the raiding spirits within Ermac. The series of spirits seemed unhinged, swirling in a mysterious fighter, wanting to break free as if they'd been imprisoned. Then a malicious image developed the face of a large pointed crown belonging to the former Emperor Shao Kahn. Kenshi raised his hand higher and curled as if he was clutching something. Somehow, this silenced the souls a tad as Ermac listened on Aiko's whistles, as if both things were calming. That she got deeper into the song. Her whistles became audible, releasing the enemy more, even when Kenshi was speaking into him to ease his souls. Suddenly, figments of a mother with long strands of white hair was caressing a baby girl and humming that same melody. Kenshi rose his long sword, igniting in a pink hue before it made a downward thrust in the air. In his mind, he sliced through some ominous chains. Ermac hunched over, heaving and holding his head, and his eyes broke through the green gleams, revealing amber irises. Kenshi rose a hand to repair any internal damage within Aiko's brain. He should have known, since she had a concussion. This quieted her whistling while the delirium faded, and he immediately tended her where Ermac faced the duo, no longer having a desire to attack. Kenshi! It was serene, and like a grown man's instead of being digitally altered. Ermac! Ermac! I am no longer. I'm starting to regain myself again, as the doomed ruler of Edenia. I am King Gerard. He continued to look at himself. Aiko and Kenshi were flabbergasted, even bringing her out of her daze. King Gerard. Sindel's husband? Katana's father? Shao Kahn. I heard he... I've become an abomination. Through his fusion of many dead denizens, the treacherous emperor shall not be forgiven. What better pawn could Khan have chosen than this? Kenshi walked over to the lost individual. He explained their predicament regarding the rebirth of the Dragon King as well as the independence of Edenia. Gerard explained Kenshi broke his thrall. He remembered he was controlled by Khan, and he recognized the tune Aiko was whistling. From her delirium, Kenshi and Ermac healed her with their combined telepathy, and the latter noticed it was a song he and Sindel hummed for Katana as a lullaby, while Aiko confirmed it was only the song of healing. Now keep in mind, this is set before Majora's Mask, because this is the year 1995, so coincidence? And what of Onaga? We don't know yet, but we believe he can be close to the kingdom. Sherrod offered Kenshi and Aiko to hold on to him as he shall teleport toward the palace within the same lime field used for soul kinesis. It was so damn tough coming up with with ideas for the combat scene between Ermac and Kenshi. It seemed essential to the plot of Deception as it finally symbolized the Soul Shifter's freedom from Khan's hold, and assisted against Onaga and his followers. I don't want to spoil too much yet. Also, the song that Aiko referred to, I had this idea for a while, ever since I kept seeing AVGN's review of The Legend of Kage, one of the obscure games that my mind forgot, aside from the vague trees and the droning noise within the ninja's fall. And Taito was certainly the czar of obscurity. It is indeed. I had this random idea with Jin playing and struggling with it from that too, even when Aiko's mind was in a void recalling that said song, which be significant later. From the fans' preferences, it was indeed a nice choice, having Will Young Lee as Kung Lao. Very promising. And he won by a landslide on that poll, by the way. But I decided to change the cast a little bit. The same thing with Raiden, with Richard Epcar instead of, that guy in Shaolin Monks. The fight with Ermac was a tough one I had to find in Shaolin Monks. First, one of the monks must find a secret location, which I could only recall jumping high to a precipice west from large elaborate doors in the Wuxi Academy. Then use the wall swing ability till you hit a switch, which unlocks the warrior shrine. At a ninja at the far left stands Ermac, and I looked up the battle. I bet you need to be in a high level before combating him. Especially if you're alone. I bet. I figured having the champions of each realm defeating Onaga was a better choice. More of a hopeless situation into a fighting chance. Yeah, one comeback can defeat him, if it's not Shujinko. But again, I'm not a fan of him, and I think they'd have a better connection with the Kamidogu as well. And there are the songs for that. Had some other ideas too, but I needed to cut the chapters short. So, see you soon. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. And, yeah. I'll see you all later. Ah, man. This is really deep stuff here. I'm not a fan of Majora's Mask, but from what's ahead, it's about to get really deep, really heavy. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat, Return of the Dragon King. Last time, Kung Lao and Hanzo actually arrived at Edenia, and Queen Sindel was explaining to them of Onaga's plot, that he was taking over Outworld. He was the predecessor of Shao Kahn, until Kahn actually poisoned him so he can rule Outworld for himself, since the two factions were clashing each other, because it's Onaga's undead, and Goro knew about this, because he works for Kahn, so he had that hands-on experience. And Kahn is more lively with his armies, with the extermination squads, as they clashed against Onaga and his undead army. And so, with Onaga poisoned and dead, Kahn took over, thus, ruining Edenia, taking over Earthrealm, etc. And he was known as the Conqueror and the Emperor of Outworld. So, with all that information, Sindel actually decided to bring Jade and half of the Royal Guard to the Lost Tomb so they could destroy Onaga's corpse. And meanwhile, Aiko just met up with Kenshi, and they investigated the remains of Shang Tsung's palace. And he sensed no life there, no death even. And they got ambushed by Ermac, and so eventually Kenshi actually broke Khan's thrall, and thus he became King Gerard, and they're now on their way en route to Edenia. So with that out of the way, let's get going. Alright, continuation 3, Servitude. Kenshi, Aiko, and Ermac arrived with the palace gates. The indigo sky barely had a sliver of light pink, indicating it was finally the break of dawn. Cardiokinetic especially was ecstatic visiting the majestic palace again after several days, just like the Temple of Light was in China. It stood out as a beacon of peace and hope amongst the vast, hellish landscape of Outworld. However, the two guardsmen blocked the entry. "Oh, great! The Queen and half of our troops both departed from our quarters in search of the Dragon King, and now dealing with more intruders." Ermac then stepped up and attempted to assure them he's on their side. Recognizing Shao Kahn's former assailant and troop of his extermination squads, they demanded him to step away as they drew and pointed their blades. Unconvinced, Kenshi raised a hand and enveloped Gerard's head, using a psychokinesis by reading the Soul Keeper's mind and projecting his thoughts onto the guards, while Aiko zoned out and whistled that tune again. Eventually, both factors made the patrolmen ease up and change their outlook, as it was forever since the last time they met the long-lost king. By the time they gathered their bearings, they explained Sindel, Jade, and half the royal guard left to Onaga's resting place, where his remains were kept. Aiko realized it'd be the Lost Tomb before she met Kenshi. She and her friends cleaned it out by wrecking the sarcophaguses, excepting for one. The guards then gave Gerard a foreign bronze symbol and a black exterior. They stated it was a Yaz symbol, as a patching to represent he's a free man. This was a very interesting symbol when the fans brought it up, especially Tabmok. Kenshi assisted with the attachment as he used his telekinetic abilities, pinning the symbol onto Ermac's back. Aiko was very impressed. As soon as the process was finished, the guards gave the Edenian declaration. "Edenia is an idyllic paradise, where we are free from tyranny." Ermac, with his soul kinesis, then teleported them. The trio arrived near the pyramid. Relieved for once, there were no menacing cyclones nearby, unlike the combatants' journey searching for the Deadly Alliance. Aiko's mind then drifted to that time period where Nightwolf sensed their distant, omnipotent auras, and how they needed to travel discreetly in order to take them by surprise, contrary to using the dragon jets. much as their quest trekking to Khan's fortress. That was until the crisp air snapped her out of her reverie. It should be dawn at the moment. We need to chance some sleep. It was daytime in Earthrealm, in China. I'm not fatigued yet. Me neither. I'm good. Alright then, let's go. The blind swordsman stuck out an arm after the trio took a few steps forward. He paused everyone. Aiko, do you sense something intensive? She tried to focus. I feel nothing, Kenshi. Why? What's going on? Something's wrong. Emanating from that pyramid. He drew out his, it should be the name of his sword. I'll change that. Sindel and Jay led the Adenian royal guard into the mausoleum. Through the dim light of the lit torches, they barely saw the thick layers of dust litter the plain before they made eye contact with the ginormous display. Some of the men were coughing as their noses wiggled, and their eyes teared from the leftover debris, and some were disgusted as they stepped into a squishy patch, which turned out to be fly guts. Ugh! I should have known the remains of Dramen's infested insects would be here. Dramen? The Oni? Ugh! Indeed. He and Moloch. When we were fighting the Deadly Alliance, we wrecked each one of the mummified stones. Except for that! She pointed to the casket. And that happened to be Shinnok's amulet. Everyone be on your guard. Keep a keen eye out for traps, or Onaga and his followers. Yes, my queen! They proceeded to the upper stone-tubed platform and were astonished in what they saw. A large sarcophagus happened to have its lid open, just by a mere sliver, as rotting odor was escaping from it. It didn't take the royal guard off their feet. Their brute strength and armor, including the gauntlets, allowed the lid to be taken off completely without much effort. Eventually, with some grunts, it was taken off and plopped with a thud and a cloud of smoke, which nearly made the gang sneeze. By the time their itchy eyes cleared, their jaws dropped to the skeletal remains of Onaga himself, even complete with his bat-like thin wings. Yup, this is indeed the Mother Lode. Destroy it. We cannot let the accursed Dragon King claim his carcass. The elegant Adenian paused, thinking whose body did it cunningly possess. She then remembered Hanzo's take he had the tendency to resurrect his victims into his own thralls. What the hell? Quain, look behind you! The knight hollered, but they were taken off. They were hit directly by a tonfa blade. So, the knights went into the fray, only to be lifted and soon tossed like rag dolls from sudden violent sonic waves. Hearing the screams and collisions of the soldiers' bodies, Sindel and Jade took action. They witnessed two thin figures emerge from the shadows, one goldenrod and one indigo, sneering with yellow-orange eyes. As they marched forward, the two women recognized their assailants. Tanya! Jade recognized. But Sindel recognized... Kitana! No! Kitana, what are you? It's Onaga, isn't it? Hello, Jade. It's Tanya again. So glad I came to Onaga's resting place for those ancient incantations. To fuse all the realms and the Kamidogu into one, and to attain absolute power. Even after if the mighty Dragon Lord should die before turning into the one being. You're insane! You can't find any spells to fuse all of existence. Onaga can never be more powerful than the Elder Gods. Oh, yes, he can. Until then, perhaps we shall build our own new and improved unstoppable army of the great worshippers, starting with the loyal Kitana here. Oh, no. Daughter! What are you doing? Sindel couldn't even bear to fight her. Katana made a flurry of blows onto her mom. She was able to handle herself, but only with her hair, because this was an idea from the Mortal Kombat roleplay that the Sindel roleplayer, she had her Banshee spirit removed, courtesy of Nightwolf, because she no longer had the unearthly look. She didn't have this sonokinesis, and she can't fly, so she could only use her hair and her staff. So that was very interesting, unlike Twindell. So Jade easily mopped the floor with Tanya, just like, in the last two epics. Not taking any more punishable observation, Lu's spirit sprung out of the dragon amulet. "Katana, stop! Onaga must be possessing your soul. I don't want us to end up like we did in this dystopian future." Liu Kang knows of Aiko. But this is like, if you look at MKX, after you look at Deception, it's like a copy-paste. It's a lousy rehash, trust me. Hate that. Force field dissipated. She was forced back a few feet before her body dragged onto the limestone, and her head hit Onaga's dead tomb. Huh. Her head swam. She was caught in the soul kinesis. Jade was able to wipe out Tanya. Her head swam as she barely heard Kenshi and Lu's voices, with the latter encouraging her to wake up as he was commanding Aiko to make some weak whistles. Her body was still immobilized as the Chinese swordsman held her down in his turquoise hue, while also magnifying the warrior's tune. Ermac marched toward the wounded women, then raised an arm. The pair felt a numbing sensation before they were able to stand again. It wasn't long before Kenshi signaled Aiko to halt. As if reading his mind, he ceased when Ermac caressed Katana. He shone his amber eyes and lowered his mask, revealing his truer composure. He just whispered in her ear, "My daughter, the precious princess of Edenia." Vision began to clear. She gazed up at this illusion. She couldn't believe whom she was seeing with, who spoke to her. That voice, that face. She couldn't help her body beginning to tremble, her eyes watering, before she caved in and collapsed as she wrapped her arms tightly around the proud father she hadn't met in over 5,000 years. She even cried in Edenia and her father, even though it was barely audible. Aiko was barely able to hold her own, though Kenshi was there beside her tending to her. Lu was just all smiles. After what seems like several minutes, Sherrod broke away and gazed onto the two women. They barely heard Kenshi order Aiko to revive the knights, utilizing her pulsating heart gem. Sindel was just flabbergasted, never saying a word. "Hello, my love." Sherrod just stood like a firm tree, contrary to Sindel's quivering legs. Still, she was struck and attempted to speak. "Sherrod?" She can't hold back. "Sherrod! Oh, Sherrod!" Oh, man, it was such an emotional moment. Her arms aching with strain as she held her long-lost lover, refusing to let him go. Every one of the Edenian soldiers, including Jade and Lu, bowed down while Sherrod's family reunited. It was Kenshi, trying to get their attention as they became enamored with affection to their ruler. His blade pointed toward the open coffin. Their eyes followed, and the warrior requested Liu Kang to incinerate the exoskeleton. Liu Kang, the champion of Earthrealm? Sherrod was almost at a loss. Against him and Kung Lao, he recalled the battle. Nevertheless, his aerosol was still effective, as he conjured his pyrokinesis as tepid as a volcano's. He released the enormous fireball and ignited the rubble with a burst. Everyone watched the blaze as it was a large bonfire. "Crispy!" Both Kenshi and Aiko noticed. "What the hell? It was that toasty guy again, and he disappeared. So what's her next move, Your Majesty? Aye. Now the rest is up to her. She held her slow heart. Up to me? He nodded. Kenshi walked up as if reading the Regal's mind. Yes, we must know of Onaga's endeavors, becoming like the One Being. We need you to tell us anything, everything you can remember. Katana pondered the dragon's purpose was to unify all the realms and their kamidogu, the sacred relics created by the elder gods. 6 had been reunited, excepting for 1. Aiko was dumbfounded. Raiden said there's 6 realms total. How can there be 7 relics? What else do you think it is? It's the most powerful artifact in all the universe. Shinnok's amulet. Exactly. Liu Kang knew. If any of you know where it is, I will transfer that kind of information. You never know where there can be a spy. Good call, Sir Kenshi. Johnny Cage, Sonya and Jax must still be with him. That explosion is in the palace. Once he knew he was holding the fake amulet, he must be building another army as we speak. He must not know the whereabouts of the last Kamidogu. And what of Kung Lao and Nightwolf? Who is speaking this? Oh, Kung Lao's searching for the champions of each realm. Goro was held back in Edenia until we can gather all the recruits. I'm not sure about Nightwolf just yet, but Lord Fushin took them away in time. And he's with Hanzo, too. Hanzo? He's still alive? For now, yes. We need to buy Lao, Hanzo, and the others time. We can't let the last piece fall into the dragon's hands. But fighting him directly will be the death of us all. My love is right. Onaga has all but one of the Kamidogu. His strength is beyond that of mortals. Well, the least we can do is station ourselves and protect the last location. Does anyone know where it is? Lou raised a hand. I remember dealing with Shinnok in the Netherrealm. Master Raiden and Fushin were helping him. His amulet ran out while the other was being sealed away. Can you make a portal to Earthrealm? Of course, but it can only bring us to the last coordinate, at your new temple. Even better. By the way, do you know of the name Damashi? Everyone shook their heads. They never knew its origin. Lou wondered if his grandfather should know. Tanya stated to me there were incantations involving Onaga. His followers crafted this place, inscribing some spells that are devoted to him. Katana, Jade, and Sindel looked over at the near wall. It's in Edenian. No wonder Tanya wanted to take you to it. You two would decipher these horrific rituals. This states to return Onaga into his original body, thus the remains here, Jade pointed out. Oh good, I'm done. Good thing I was able to destroy it. Let's go to Earthrealm. Upon his signal, the blind man activated the gizmo, creating a rip to Earth, and the group stepped through it. Little did the combatants know, there was a hooded man wearing shiny shades, deflecting limelight, just rising from underneath the stairwell before Onaga's burial. Uh-oh, we got a spy. It's Johnny Cage. I decided to divide this long post into 2 halves, which you'll see later. 7,000 words if I should include Kung Lao's perspective. Unlike fanfiction Dreamer, I tend to pay attention to pacing. I don't want them to drag on for too long, unlike what happened in the past. Somewhere like an hour. But still, I was trying to resolve all the problems with the Edenians and having Onaga brainwash Katana. I figured her reuniting with Jirard was the best way to go. Unlike Sindel's ending, Onaga wasn't present. There was also a few ideas from the roleplay, as I once said. Nightwolf exorcising Sindel from the Banshee, thus losing her flight and sonokinesis. Even the way Gerard addressed to her. And I found the concept of Ermac being a free man was astonishing. Some dedicated fan pointed out, probably Tabmok, maybe it was Evil Emperor X, I don't know. But someone stated the free man symbol. It was the Tifi na letter Yaz, and it symbolizes the free man, such as how Ermac had been freed. His design also seems to be inspired by desert origins, like the Berber people who use this. I don't know much either, but it was pretty cool. Since the outcome of Shinnok's uprising differentiated from gold, the amulet wasn't retrieved by Onaga and hidden away. Not gonna spoil it here. I was also happy to be rid of the scrappy Tanya again. I was also frustrated in having Katana as one of Onaga's mindless followers, a common cliche that was later exploited. Thanks a lot, NetherRealm. God, you guys suck at MK10. I can't stress it enough. So part 1 was easy, but part 2 was just sheer utter hell, both literally and metaphorically. And traversing through the abyss, obviously it's the NetherRealm. But I'll show you that later. Until then, this is the Ikron Writer signing out. Ciao. Man, that is a creepy song. I didn't know it was used for the Nexus while fighting there. I thought it would be used the same version in Konquest. Whew. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat, The Return of the Dragon King. Last time, Kung Lao and Hanzo... Well, actually, Kung Lao met up with Hanzo first as he was heading en route to Edenia, and Liu Kang's spirit was inside him to keep him warm and help him defend himself against the Onis and stragglers of Onaga. So, they finally reached Edenia, they met with Hanzo, and they actually gained access from the Shokan, like Shiva and Prince Goro. That's right, Prince Goro is actually part of Edenia now, part of the royal guard, with Queen Sindel, who is very worried about her daughter's welfare, because rumors have been going around if Onaga has been resurrected, and it's rumored to be true. So, Jade and Sindel have enlisted half of the royal guard so they can venture into the Lost Tomb. Meanwhile, Aiko was being disturbed by Kung Lao being missing, and yet she didn't feel his death. But Kenshi sensed some suspicious activity in Outworld, and so he created a portal there to Shang Tsung's palace, which was already demolished, and they met up with Ermac. Kenshi actually broke the curse over him, and it turned out to be the lost ruler of Edenia, King Gerard. So, what'll happen next? We'll see. Alright, continuation 4, Traversing Through the Abyss. Meanwhile, Kung Lao came to as cool air blew against his face. With a few grunts, his eyes cleared. He noticed his body was never paralyzed. Slowly he began moving each of his limbs. He beheld the ethereal sight, as this mysterious plane was being surrounded by tall candles. Sky was a mixture of salmon, amethyst, and tangerine. A skinny platform laid next to him. He examined the table, making out 7 innards, each with elaborate markings. Then in the far back he saw several gateways, believing they belonged to each of the realms, including his own. His head was foggy at the sight, but he wondered if he was just at the center of heaven. Just then a blue portal opened with one of the arches, and he spotted Damashi and Shujinko. Not wanting to be seen, Lao ducked behind the epicenter. What is this place? This is the Nexus, constructed by the Elder Gods to aid their champion on his quest to save the realms. To aid me? These portals lead to each of the realms that conceals a Kamidogu. Each time you recover one, you must return it to the Nexus and place it on that altar. Shujinko fixed his eyes on it. Doing so will unlock the portal to the next realm for you to search. Which portal will open first? Place the Earthrealm Kamidogu on the altar, and you will know. Peeking from the side, Lao witnessed the insignia of the blue and green orbs shine and hover over the hole in the right of all the other empty engravings. A few moments later, a red portal began to form adjacent to the blue one. The otherworldly voice spoke again. It would seem that the Elder Gods wish for their champion to search the Netherrealm next. I must warn you, it is a dark and evil place. I will be on my guard. Knowing there were 6 other slots missing, Lao still followed the Wanderer through a red portal, which took them straight into the Netherrealm. The former monk was surprised they didn't wind up at the same place where he fought Scorpion, nor near the firewell. The sky was a bright pink peach. Basically, they were at the town in Konquest. I forgot what it's called. Oddly enough, Lao wasn't fazed by its usual humid and tepid environment. He seemed grateful he was only in his astral form, yet still, he could wander within the dreaded and sometimes tempting realm. Is this not what you expected? This place, it feels dark as every heart that inhabits it. Normally your presence here would not be possible. Only evil resides in the Netherrealm. So, how is it that I am here? Perhaps your time with the Lin Kuei has left a small stain of corruption on your soul. Corruption? Never thought that even though the blue bloods were strict, he never suspected them to be evil. But you must not dwell on that. What is important is your quest. Most likely the Netherrealm Kamidogu will not be found within the walls of this city. You must venture deep into these wretched plains of hell, if you are to recover it. This is not going to be pleasant. but I will complete my task. Found numerous armored demons. It's Necros. Oh, there we are. Each of them spoken in backward language, and yet Damashi somehow helped Shujinko translate them. And you will actually hear the translations in the walkthrough from Anonymous Affection. He does some great stuff. I see other users use his footage all the time. It's really good. So they were preparing for an oncoming feast. It took a while for him to find a resident in elaborate clothing and a pale blue face. To Kung Lao, though, he knew exactly who he was. He just hovered still, frozen, as if the Horde realm became frozen like the treachery ring. Greetings, mortal. I am Shinnok. I was unjustly imprisoned in this realm many ages ago. I seek a lost amulet, my means of escape. Kung Lao was startled, and he reached out a hand to hold back Shujinko as he implored. He was helping a very powerful and evil sorcerer who was banished by Raiden twice. Unfortunately, in his astral form, Lao can't do anything. Much to his disappointment, his translucent hand only went straight through. He moped for a moment until he noticed he was losing Shujinko in his amazing and tireless spirits. He reluctantly followed him till he found the golden amulet somewhere near the hut dedicated to the Brotherhood of Shadows. Lao and Shujinko heard murmurs of chanting emanating from that large complex. Though they were dumbfounded, they never noticed the golden pendant just a few miles away. In the champion's discouragement, Shujinko handed it over to Shinnok. Excellent! You have found my amulet, though it seems somehow different. Take these coins as your reward. When next we meet, I will no doubt be supreme ruler of all the realms. I will remember your service to me. So, you get coins for that. He reassured that Shinnok's words of the suspicious amulet, because it never happened. Still, he couldn't help his mind screaming that Shujinko was a bad omen. He was more blindly loyal than Liu Kang. Out of disgust, wondering what other troubles he'd stir, he found him head north and encounter a beautiful woman in white. As we all know, it is Ashura. I am Shujinko. Pardon my intrusion, but you do not look like a demon of the Netherrealm. I am Ashura. I was once like the others, before I found the means to purge myself of the evil taint that permeates all who reside here. By slaying demons with an enchanted sword, I will gradually transform into a being whom this realm cannot contain. Eventually I will be free. And how is it you exist in this place? You do not seem to belong here yourself. I am from Earthrealm. I see. Be warned, Shujinko. The Netherrealm is quite hostile to outsiders. If you are to survive against the denizens, you will need special skills. I offered to train you in the art of combat that will be the most effective here. I accept your most gracious offer, Ashura. And you will go through another tutorial. Then let your training begin. Little by little, Shujinko actually copied Ashura. So, Kung Lao was intrigued. He possessed moves similar to him. Nature's Torpedo, which seemed quite similar to Kung Lao's tricky whirlwind kick taught by Bo Raicho, and her spin cycle, which had a striking resemblance to his own tornado kick. Even when sending enemies into the air, he noticed. Her greatest attributes were her use of holy light and her curved blade she named Chris. There was a brief, swift sword fight, though with this rapid mastery, he was able to perform well. I have now shown you the techniques for fighting the demons of this place, Shujinko. May this knowledge serve you well. He appreciated it. Thank you, Ashura. I believe I am ready to brave the depths of the Netherrealm. Perhaps a test is in order. Meet me at the temple outside of town. I will find you a suitable opponent. We will see if you have indeed learned all I have taught you. I look forward to this chance to test myself. With that, she disappeared. The sky turned darker, despite the magma pools retaining bright as ever. Shujinko and Lau now realized they were in the barren and more volatile wastelands. The domain was more territorial and intimidating with the Onis. They became more violent. Lau admired their warnings of the horrid creatures never being allowed in Necros, as he saw them lurk as if they were part of some punk-like street gangs. I did the best I could with spiked horns, numerous huts. Took them a while to find, whatever made Shujinko hesitate as he gazed onto a towering grey stone. How odd. I feel a strange sensation the closer I get to this structure. Unsure what Shujinko meant, as Lau never felt a thing, continued to track him when he finally spotted colossal iron-wrought bars, and it was over lava, then through under a land path till he found Ashura near one of the many humongous huts, complete with a stone floor, and all that. She was sparring with Baraka. Lau knew for certain this wasn't the docile, time-displaced Tarkatan he encountered recently.
So, this is the demon known as Ashura. Your notoriety extends as far as Outworld. Many of Shao Kahn's Netherrealm allies have fallen to your blade. Thus, he has sent an assassin to deal with you.
Yes, I am aware of the demon known as Ermac. I welcome his arrival. Until then, you will serve as a combat practice. Although, needless to say, Shujinko got involved, took on the Ashura copy. These lethal blows did nothing. In fact, the Chris duplicate was able to slice and break Baraka's own arm blades, making him vulnerable before he was taken out. That Tarkatan was not a pure demon, but a mutated hybrid of demon and mortal races. There was not much to gain from his death. Were I to defeat the powerful demon Ermac, however, I would surely ascend from this place much sooner. If, while on your quest, you should encounter him, lead him to me. It is here that I am most powerful. If I see him, I will do as you ask. Well, spoilers, he would just take on the other side. He and Lau eventually saw the distinctive figure.
What manner of beast are you?
I am no beast. I am Shujinko from Earthrealm, and I am in search of a powerful demon. I have an acquaintance who wants to deal with him.
As commanded by the Emperor Shao Kahn, we search for a powerful demon as well, but we are bound together by sorcery, and the lower planes of this realm drain magical power. Our bond, our strength is fading. We hear that we will not have the strength to destroy our enemy.
Why do you say we and our?
We will explain later if you help us. There is not much time.
I will most certainly help you. What must I do?
Help us find a soul stone, a large red monolith covered with ancient ruins. We can replenish the magic power that binds our souls together and continue our trek. Do this for us, and we will reveal to you our knowledge of combat as payment.
I will search for the soul stone. Shujinko must have sharped memorization, 'cause he almost immediately found it. Lau followed, to which it gave him that odd feeling.
This appears to be the soul stone that warrior mentioned.
Oh, wait. This appears to be the soul stone that warrior mentioned. I must inform him of its location. Wasn't long before he got to Ermac. Greetings! I have found the soul stone. It is to the east, not far from here.
We must go there immediately. Come, we will reward you since we have regained our strength. Yes, this is it. A soul stone. We can feel our strength returning.
What exactly is a soul stone?
Many ages ago, the first sorcerers toiled for the elder gods, linking the realms with portals. The lower planes of the Netherrealm are quite hazardous to beings of magic. In these hospitable places, they erected... Oh, Tim. In these hospitable places, they erected soul stones in which restored their energies as they worked. We ourselves are comprised of many warrior souls, bound together by sorcery. Eventually, we would have become undone had you not shown us the soul stone. Why did the sorcerers build the portals for the elder gods? They were built as a defense from some unforeseen cataclysm. We do not concern ourselves with such myths. However, now we will honor our promise and impart to you our combat knowledge. Prepare yourself, as the power of Ermac is revealed. And so, he takes on Ermac, mimics his skills. And 616 Entertainment loves Ermac. So there's the teleport, telekinetic slam, his soul balls, mystical float, all that junk. Ermac. He is the one Ashura's looking for. I must lead him to her, Shujinko thought. Ermac, the demon you seek, does it have a name? Her name is Ashura. She has slain many of Shao Kahn's Netherrealm allies. For this, he has commanded us to destroy her. Interesting. She is looking for you as well. She believes you are a demon and will combat you to purify her soul. Her misconceptions are of no importance. You must reveal to us her location. She is near a temple to the northwest. She is waiting for you. Then we must leave at once. Within seconds, Ermac followed Shujinko as he directed him to Ashura. It was no trouble for Lao to keep up. For once he was grateful in his astral form. Narrow path, there was a bridge, the blue torches. At last, I will defeat the demon Ermac. Your death will bring me closer to purification, and ultimately, my release from this realm. We are no demon. Surely you can sense that we are not of your kind. Nonetheless, there must be some evil residing within you, or you could not have entered the Netherrealm. Enough! You have killed many of Shao Kahn's allies in your quest to purify your soul. You will pay for your insolence. To Kung Lao's disgust, Shujinko took the form of Ermac and defeated Ashura. That's just perfect. It should have been the other way around. Even Lao wasn't pleased. The actual Ermac, as the bystanders simply snickered. Is this the sum of your might, Ashura? It will take much more to defeat us, and more you shall receive. Ah! Well, she lost that one. Ermac, being held more strength, just forcefully tossed Ashura into one of the placid flames with a single side toss. Incinerated. In his declaration, she'll have her revenge one day in Hell's native tongue. Kung Lao was enraged as his fists clenched. Although the relic given to him that looked similar to a biohazard symbol got his peripheral vision. This must be the Netherrealm Kamidogu. Damashi will be pleased. With his remaining sanity, he followed Shujinko beneath the iron gates leading to the city of Necros. Damashi! Damashi, where are you? Who dares summon me to this... Oh, Shujinko, it has been many years since last we met. Why have I not seen you in so long a time? I take precautions to avoid this place. It drains me. If my avatar were to stay here for too long, or descend too far into the lower planes, I could be trapped here forever. Your avatar? I do not understand. I am without a physical body, and am only able to appear to you by extending my spirit into the realms. It is my hope that I will one day return to the physical world. Until then, I must guide you as a simple apparition. And how goes your search? I have found the Netherrealm Kamidogu. So it seems. Well done, Shujinko. Return to the Nexus. and place the Kamidogu on the altar. It's about time! Lao watched him place it on the altar. Kung Lao. Raiden! I never saw you in the Netherrealm. You know I am powerless. There. I have no jurisdiction. That was why I waited for you here. Have you not found any clues involving Onaga? I have not. But what I do know is, Shujinko is certainly a threat to all the realms. I saw him in Shinnok and found his missing amulet. Shinnok? He found his amulet. He could hardly speak. Ashamed he failed to stop him. The Thunder God backpedaled. We are in the past, Kung Lao. We cannot intervene. However, the world wasn't in peril during 1964. He must have found the fake amulet instead. This must have jump-started the following events, when Bi-Han was tasked to find the real one for Quan Chi, and when it was taken from the Temple of Elements. Quan Chi retained it till the war in Edenia. Lao then remembered Shinnok being powerless. Then Shujinko utterly failed. He's more blindly loyal than Liu Kang, and sided with the enemy Ermac against Ashura. I knew he was up to no good. Ugh. He must be gathering the Kamidogu to appease the One Being. I am certain you've heard of him. Yes, I heard figments of him in the White Lotus Society. What many won't tell you is the war of the Elder Gods. They were created by him and oppressed him, thus splitting himself, creating the many realms, including Earth. To prevent a repeated travesty, the Elder Gods had hid them away, into the far reaches within them. They are the puzzle pieces to make another being supreme to the One Being. Unlike Shao Kahn, who has merged Edenia and attempted to usurp Earthrealm, if all realms shall combine into one, that usurper shall bring unfathomable destruction to all of existence. Shujinko hasn't obtained all the Kamidogu just yet. Continue to follow him and Damashi on his quest, Kung Lao, and recruit the other champions to fight in our cause. I strongly believe that Troubled Teen is connected to Onaga's upbringing. Do not let his negative actions disturb you. Lao made a low bow with his hands together before he rose and marched into the yellow portal. I hope it's not too late already. Kung Lao came to in a warm bed with a comforter and an opaque room. The sun was shining through. There were curtains blocking it. He saw a woman stand over him. I am Li Mei. Love felt the soothing touch, even the scent of lavender in his gentle voice. I had taken you in after you became unconscious, Kung Lao. You have been asleep for the past 7 hours. So, he met Li Mei. He was too fatigued to speak. Couldn't believe Hanzo brought him in, with Onaga roaming amok. His mind snapped back. He was intrigued. She offered a bowl with warm broth. A friend clad in yellow and black was seeking asylum and carried you here. He had offered me to help you. Thank the Elder Gods it was you. With Onaga reborn, there is still hope. I am not afraid. With that sensation, he murmured, I will protect you. Then, allow me to lend you my strength. The Shaolin became so entranced by this outlander, he hardly noticed her lean in and kiss him passionately on the forehead. Realizing what was going on, No! Li Mei backed away. My heart belongs to someone I cherish from Earthrealm. Aiko. Li Mei just shut him down. I Forgive me, Limei.
Well, looks like you finally came around. It was Hanzo.
Hanzo!
Are you feeling all right?
I think so. I went through time again.
You saw Shujinko?
Yes, and I saw you as well, as your wraith self. Even Quan Chi, Ashra, Ermac, and Shinnok. I have an intuition that Shujinko may be a bad omen.
I remember training him so he can stand a chance against the aggressive denizens at the city of Necros.
It almost felt tempting.
Must be the Brotherhood of Shadow. Seems to have this effect. Plenty of dopamine. Oh, I was just waiting outside the bedchamber where a young woman tended you. She's Limei, one of the Sundo survivors who escaped from the brutal enslavement of the Deadly Alliance and the violent Solnado.
She said that. She knows me.
Yes. I was a student of Bo Raicho. He saved me and my people from Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. I've heard great things about you and Liu Kang, and I heard you and Hanzo are looking for the realm's champions.
Indeed. It's the only way we can stop Onaga.
Have you found any clues?
No. Only that Shujinko cannot be trusted. Even Raiden stated to me of the one being, and Shujinko gathers all the Kamidogu. The Elder Gods led them to prevent this same calamity, and we cannot leave Outworld unless we should find a portal. I recommend we should head to the Chaos Realm and find Havoc.
Oh, well, it's someone else. I recommend we should head to the Chaos Realm and find Havoc. He seems to be the best fighter, by default anyway. There's also the Order Realm, or Saido, as they call it. Although, their most skilled warrior is Hotaru. He's pretty much the equivalent of a Soviet mixed with those asinine Jehovah.
I will lead you to the gateway of Outworld. It may be ancient, but I believe it can still be active, even without a Kamidogu.
Wait, hang on a sec. Yeah, so that way the clock won't chime in. So, yeah. Where were we?
Raiden said only the hordes of champions can enter the Nexus. Only me and Hanzo. Then we must proceed, before Ofunaga and his followers should reach it.
Lau hesitated as he gazed into the heart gem once more, until Lee had a soft hand on his firm shoulder.
We must go.
Good, I'm almost done. Took several minutes before the trio prepared themselves for the journey. They prayed to the Elder Gods that things won't take a turn for the worse.
Whew! That was an excruciatingly long chapter to write.
Thank goodness I didn't cut it from the previous chapter, when the Edenian Thrall and reunion took place. The Netherrealm was not an easy, simple scenario. So many side quests to do there during Konquest. It was sheer utter hell both metaphorically and literally. Good thing Kung Lao was in the lead discovering more in Shujinko's quest. And yeah, he did feel tempted at times due to the sinister and sometimes alluring atmosphere, even from the Brotherhood of Shadow, as Lao and Aiko served Shinnok before. Sometimes I too feel the same. Sometimes I wonder what it'd be like if she truly was a revenant. It seems so enthralling. What can it be like? Maybe I'll make a non-canon one-shot of that. Don't count on it. It was a random idea. Anyway, I didn't like the decision Shujinko had to make. He chose the wrong sides while aiding Shinnok even though it was a fake. He aided Quan Chi, the Onis, Ermac, taking the form of him fighting off the benevolent Ashra. And they say he's supposed to be a hero? Yeah, right! He never has a conscience, just blind loyalty, even with decisions which seem to be wrong. No wonder Kung Lao questioned his motives to Raiden. The scenario, aside from the Edenian reunion involving Lao and Limei, was on my mind for a while.
Reminds me of the tempting scene as Jade did to Liu in Annihilation. Little clue to the so-called Li Lao fans. He belongs to Aiko here! So the kounting, there are songs. Part 2 of the originally combined chapter is finished. What a huge weight off my shoulders. I hope the Chaos Realm won't be so damn hectic. Ugh. That was the problem with Konquest. It was so infuriating, so much to do. Well, grinding my gears so fast. So, until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all later. Whoa, that was an intense song there, especially for what's ahead. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Last time, Kenshi, Aiko, and Ermac actually arrived at Edenia, and they met with the Royal Guard there. And they just informed them that Sindel, Jade, and half of the Royal Guard has relocated to the Lost Tomb, where Onaga's sarcophagus laid, in order to incinerate the corpse. While there, they were ambushed by ambushed by Katana and Tanya, who were actually employed by Onaga, because Onaga had just been resurrected, and it was proven true, as Katana, as one of Onaga's thralls, has been brainwashed and resurrected by him, and thus starting the ambush. And the trio actually met up at the Lost Tomb after Ermac was considered as King Gerard, and was actually a free man, as the Edenian guards sewed a patch of a Yaz symbol symbolizing his freedom from Shao Kahn's hold. So, Ermac pitched in and used his soulkinesis to incapacitate Katana and remind her that he is her lost father, the lost king of Edenia, King Gerard. And Sindel was very emotional to see him, as was Katana herself, and even the guards. And Liu Kang's spirit offered to incinerate Onaga's dead corpse, the skeleton, as Kenshi was taking them back to Earthrealm in order to search and protect the final Kamidogu. So with that out of the way, let's get going, shall we? Alright, here we are, continuation 5, The Ways of Chaos. I stated in a previous chapter that Hanzo remembered encountering Shujinko in the Netherrealm and training him, thus Shujinko taking his form while also taking in his wrath. I guess I forgot to mention it in the last chapter, but Kung Lao never saw Shujinko train with Hanzo, nor did he have his revenge on Quan Chi. In Konquest he does, which doesn't make sense, since he wasn't supposed to know until the events in MK4, when he idiotically stated he killed his clan in front of him and a stunned Kwai, before Scorpion tackled Quan and sent them both to hell. I almost forgot about the second time Shujinko went into the Netherrealm
to restore his taint, his ability to travel to other realms. In a way, it could just be a temporal flux, like the Nexus in Star Trek Generations. On one hand, it's non-canon, yet I forgot to highlight Scorpion meeting Shujinko, so I guess Lao skipped over that spar. But I won't count his vengeance, so I think Midway just fucked up here. And the thing about Konquest is that, yeah, it is indeed inconsistent. So here we are. Li Mei led Kung Lao and Hanzo through the Kwaitan jungle, a more desolate route she suggested to get to the ancient portal undetected by Onaga and his undead cronies. As a skilled warrior trained by the late Boraicho and native of Outworld, she became quite the navigator in all the wildernesses of uncivilized realm. She summarized to stay on firmer ground and away from the marshes and swamps, as they could be infected by various deadly creatures such as the pseudo-alligators and huge cobras lurking about. She even stated this was once a home to a forgotten extinct species, and civilization had been abandoned by Khan and his vicious Saurian minions. Minutes later, Li Mei stopped the explorers as she beheld the circular gateway with the metallic frame. Kung Lao confirmed it was the same one he saw back in Earthrealm and the Nexus. Amongst the dense overgrowth and foliage, it was nearly blending in with the humid environment. A nearby bush ruffled, and the trio hesitated and braced for the worst, thinking it'd be a wild denizen belonging to the swampy terrain. However, luck wasn't on their side, as archers emerged from the bog and brushes with their black bows drawn. They surrounded the startled, bewildered group, even as they witnessed a slender male walk up to them. He was covered in thick leaves and vines, obscuring his molded outfit, although his shades were unaffected as he took them off. Onaga seemed a lot more clever than you thought. Johnny, what are you? Lao could hardly speak. He was stunned as he noticed one of his friends being enthralled by Onaga, even after death. Little spoiler, foreshadowing. My scenic plan worked well. Just the perfect trap I needed to make you three one of us, he sneered, as if pouncing on fresh meat. Kung Lao, Johnny only wants to kill us so we can be mindless slaves like him. All rats are bound to their upbringer, Hanzo warned. I don't want to fight you, Johnny. Oh, I wouldn't want to fight me neither. Fight! Hanzo's stated words won't work on Onaga's servant, similar to Quan Chi's. In other words, he must be resolved in combat. He should know, even though Lao recalled Hanzo attaining his lost humanity despite the dormant wraith in him. Johnny was indeed desperate in finding the last Kamidogu, as it was convenient to find Hanzo instead. Oh boy, he knows. Lunged in with a flashing kick, but Lao maneuvered him with a spin jump, which led into a chain of several Shaolin drops before Cage avoided his aerial slam. Cage ducked Lao's hat throw. The warrior teleported, making them size each other up before unleashing some exchanging punches and kicks. Cage unleashed the Nutbreaker, which stunned Lao for a few seconds, but was flexible enough to counter his next strike. Cast out a given orb before Lao teleported and attacked Cage from behind with a flurry of punches. Lao became swifter as he gained momentum, even when he threw his hat into Cage's skull before flipping over while his hat stayed in place, until he teleported to stab the spinning wheel into his spine. Cage wasn't down and out yet, as he became more ferocious. Lao avoided his triple orb, only to be too close to Cage's counters. He even smacked Lao's head against one of the fractured statues, stunning him. Little did he know, a heart-shaped glow emanated from Lao's side, recovering his injuries. He was back toward one of the taller statuettes, till he teleported on top, hung and swung from a vine. He repeated the same strategy on the other vine and continued to pummel Cage with a few Shaolin drops, before he blocked. made a tornado, and slam-punched him to the ground. Then he teleported quickly and closed in for the kill with a whirlwind kick and rapid legs while he spun in a vortex. Lau managed to knock the wind out of Cage's body, which was now immobilized. "You best to surrender, if you know what's good for you." A few darts flew. Kung Lao, with his keen senses, deflected them with another tornado. He abruptly stopped, and he and his allies were struck in the center of another violent vortex, one with thicker, more volatile force, tossing all the archers around before scattering and splattering over the jungle floor. After a minute, the way was clear, and in dropped Fujin from the thick canopies. "Well, this is a nice shady place." "Oh, Lord Fujin!" Lau bowed. He was astonished to see him in the midst of Outworld. "Can the formalities, Kung Lao. You need to head to that portal." "Right, let's go." "What about Li Mei and him?" "I'll take them straight to Earthrealm. I know the order forbids foreigners, but we have desperate times here. I'm not sure how to deal with a revenant, so he must be contained. Go! Hurry!" Hanzo and Lau nodded, and they headed to the portal. Portal activated. Fujin confirmed aloud that Johnny must have been searching for the last Kamidogu, and Hanzo, Fujin, and Lau knew exactly what it was, since it was foreign news to Li Mei. Fujin silenced her, as there may be spies lurking about. Just like Johnny, as Sonya and Jax, some special forces agents, were still about. Fujin heard a low snarl coming from the reanimated corpse. Cage was about to rip his own head off, until Fujin nipped him in the bud. "Damn you, bastard! He was about to pull off a harikiri!" Li Mei didn't know what he meant. "I believe it has to do with suicide." He then put a steady hand on Li's quivering shoulder and replied, "Hold on tight." He swayed his arms, and they were teleported to Earthrealm. The Wayne god hesitated as he looked up. "Brother?" In disbelief, he had his feet buzzing. The distant vegetation was bent as a Tarkatan wearing a spotless white tee bore his fangs. Oh boy, there was another spy. Lau and Hanzo escaped into the Nexus, though they needed to regain their footing. After catching their breath, Hanzo pointed to the Goldenrod portal. "That must be the Chaos Realm. I remembered wandering there in search of one of my fallen comrades. I needed Shujinko's assistance to find his body. It had been decayed, but luckily, he retrieved his intact mask for me as evidence." Lau's mind seemed to be elsewhere. "I'm surprised Onaga sent to Revenant Johnny alone." For a brief moment, Hanzo's mind flashed back to the first tournament. Orders were orders, and they are always bound to them. I was only consumed by revenge, but I was always enslaved by Quan Chi. It led my ardency as I was hunting for the Lin Kuei fugitive Kuai Liang. We tend to be puppets enamored by our master's words. And if I'm correct, I believe Onaga follows order as he too oppresses free will. It is certainly anarchy to the erratic Chaos Realmers. So, how are they? Do they seem violent? Psychotic? That depends. They are unpredictable. We must always be on our six. He proceeded to the yellow portal as Lau remembered in his dream. Although he was tempted to take the Earthrealm Kamidogu, thinking Onaga might use them united as a power source, Hanzo held his hand back and he said, as he hypothesized, the dragon may be watching them from afar. So they emerged into the gateway. They were disheveled. It was a disorienting world. And this was one of the realms introduced in Mortal Kombat Deception, right along there with the Order realm. So, it was tough highlighting this. To the former monk, the atmosphere felt like a surrealistic nightmare, out of context, alien-like, and sometimes made his head feel light. Could have sworn he saw the same sphere of energy in that fuzzy voice speak. You must continue your search in this realm, the realm of chaos. Chaos? Damashi remained unfazed. The nature of this realm is one of constant turmoil. The beings here have been opposed to order and structure. Chaos is their religion. Kung Lao. Kung Lao! Oh, Hanzo. I feel so out of sorts here. This realm is making me feel a bit queasy and out of it. Still, we must find Havoc. Trotting behind the Shiraryu hitman while he continued to hold his head. He couldn't bear to look at the pale grayish mint sky. It made his headache worse. Could have sworn he saw bolts of energy fizz through it, or maybe he was just seeing stars as an after effect from being hit. He barely noticed the pitch-black tombstones, even those with demon horns, or the coffins that were closely shaped like rockets, and the savage denizens running around as if they were scorching or had their heads chopped off. I must be losing my mind. It wasn't just his vision that was foggy, nor the distant landscape, but as if his brain was blurring and had a lesser grip on reality. Hanzo... Alright, Hanzo had to escort him through. It was a toxic landscape, and there were some pizza-like structures. Yeah, pizza-like structures, like the buildings in Italy. That's the best I could describe them. It was tough, writing this. There was black-yellow designs of the portals, automatic doors, the illuminating steps to the colossal center pillars, holding up the gleaming ceilings. Hanzo, this almost looks futuristic. Perhaps this realm had been developed more rapidly than Earth or the Netherrealm. It almost feels like time is moving faster, as if you can't perceive time here. The people are just as frantic as the flow of nature itself, even many cases of extreme restlessness. On the subject of sudden tantivy, or whatever, Lau hardly noticed Hanzo carrying him over his shoulders as they slipped into the bright circular platform, which worked them off their feet as they beheld themselves in a different landscape from the endless void below. Still, it didn't take long for the ninja to find a bulky, armored man, which could have resembled a crusader in ancient Earth realm. And, as we all know, it is Havoc. Lau's mind zoned out again. You have two choices, stranger. State your intentions, or hear the shattering of your spine. I wander in search of holy relics, madman. Do not block my path. Hanzo, or was it Shujinko, defined him. Ah, a wanderer, eh? I am Havoc, a cleric of chaos. I would never think of confining a spirit such as yours. Thank you, Havoc. I am Shujinko. I am a newcomer to the realm of chaos. There are many newcomers as of late. Satan Guardsmen, for instance. They seek to restrict the flow of our water, something we hold sacred. Water was not to be controlled. Its shapeless, fluidic nature is a blessing. I make you an offer, Shujinko. Take these 4 chaos pendants, defeat each of these 4 Satan invaders, and place a pendant around their necks. The pendants will shatter the bondage of order and reveal to them the perfection of chaos. Only then they will cease the enslavement of our water. Do this for me, and I will teach you the ways of chaos as well. Who are these Satan Guardsmen? They are soldiers of an oppressive realm that have come to impose their order. They seek to control and alter our water supply for their own ends. Their presence here is offensive, only if it suits you at the time. I will not have it any other way. May chaos break the rules that bind us, my friend. I really like Havoc. And it's actually ironic because, I prefer order over disarray. But I seem to like his style better. Lau could have sworn... blah blah. He was having an out-of-body experience, but he kept having visions of Shujinko taking out each of the Satan guardsmen, which looked very similar to Vikings. That's the best way I could describe them. It glowed with neon sky blue energy. The canisters before his mind receded back to Shujinko with Havoc again at the same place. You have converted the Satan guardsmen into the ways of chaos. They shut down their facilities and came here for guidance. I proposed to them a mission in their home of Satan, the realm of order. They have already embarked on the quest. I thank for your assistance. You said you would show me the ways of chaos if I could free their minds. The Crusader was disgusted. As if I would honor a deal? You should know better than to bind a man of chaos to his word. I will free myself of this oppression. Fight! Lao's mind trailed off again. He became delirious. He saw double vision, 2 Havocs. One in his red garb, the other opposing him in orange-yellow. At times, they made out to be Hanzo instead of fighting Havoc. Another tutorial. He had the torso spin, the cracking legs projectile. He had this, the monkey style. He turning his leg at 360 degrees in a head snap, where he literally broke his neck back into place, which to Hanzo was a way of restoring energy in a bizarre fashion. His fighting pose was awkward, his legs looked like a crab's or a spider's, while the upper half moved like a snake charmed by a flute. It seems like he was using his snake fighting style. Hanzo took him on with little to no problem. He was a seasoned resident of the Chaos Realm, no doubt since he was damned, adapted, and bound to the unrelenting Nether Realm. His wraithful counters were just as ruthless as Havoc's despite applying to the laws of physics. Liu Kang II had some hallucinations of Ermac fending off Havoc, even though the former was moving and attacking the same fashion as Hanzo. The cursed ninja was able to defeat the cleric. Well done! Well done? You tried to kill me! Nonsense! How could I teach you the ways of chaos if there was an agreement, a structure to the lesson? Oh, I think I understand. I was learning from the unpredictable nature of experience, not from a structured tutorial. I did not realize you had no intentions on harming me when you attacked, and therefore, I learned to adapt to what I perceived to be a real threat. You are correct, except I would have killed you if you had given me the chance. I was quite serious. Because you have survived my assault, however, I give you this key to an ancient labyrinth. May it unleash chaos upon your journey. The vision shifted back to Hanzo after Havoc handed a small golden key to Shujinko. You fleas have always been this insane, as if treating a fight as a friendly conversation or a turn-on. Indeed, we do. It feels like decades since the last time I saw you, Scorpion. Hanzo, please. Fair enough. You still a chained wraith of the Nether Realm? No. I had already broken my shackles as I restored my humanity after my bondsman Quan Chi was slain by my own hands. Intriguing. You seemed a lot stronger and livelier than I recognized. Kung Lao and I are here to find you. The Dragon King of Outworld, Onaga, has risen once more. What? Onaga! The accursed serpent binding his followers into submission, controlling his massive undead legion, no longer having a strong will nor life to break away from his enslavement. The chaos that would ensue from the resistance would be a blessing to this realm. Onaga must never gain the upper hand to this struggle. It will take more menace than just me alone. I suspect Totaro would be on the denial of freedom, recruiting his revolting henchmen to perform his and Onaga's bidding. If I could just find my comrades Darius and Dairu, it would make an easier feat. Never let Hataru and the Satan override the ways of chaos. Of course. Kung Lao was still sitting hunched over with his head low enough to cover his eyes. Your Earthrealmer friend here could use some assistance. May I convert him? At least escort us to the nearest portal. Just head back from whence you came. I need to gather my men for the upcoming battle. It has been too long I was in an accelerating war. Hanzo didn't believe any greeting, instead carried Kung Lao back to the portal. Although, his mind, it phased out again. Good, I'm almost done. Shujinko, you have found the Chaos Kamidogu, Damashi spoke after Shujinko wandered into that maze, which, as we all know, he aged rapidly. So, yes, I have found it in a labyrinth not far from here, but I feel strange. I feel like I have changed. Indeed, you have. Many years have passed since you first entered this realm. I suspect the labyrinth you encountered contains some time-stirring agent. Time has passed, but you have not perceived it. Many years? By the gods, I do feel older. It must have been that strange liquid I stepped through. That is a distinct possibility. It matters not. You should return to the Nexus and place it on the altar. You have done well, Shujinko. The Elder Gods will be pleased. Lao's hallucination faded once, his body slightly lurched while Hanzo carried him up the steep stairwell and back into the Nexus portal. Oi. I was going to include another scene, but I kind of figured it'd be too long, and too much work. The Chaos Realm was pretty interesting, even Havoc. Which is strange, because while I prefer organization over disarray, I seem to like the Cleric better, as he's a bizarre, though awesome moveset is never bound to rules, and appreciates freedom, even though to the Satan it's anarchy. Strong will doesn't seem to be the Order Realm's way of life, thus Havoc's disgust over Onaga's enslavement. I don't blame him. Besides, I know a lot when it comes to having a former guardian and several others I hate that control, manipulate, and begrudge what I like and what I do, as they think it's either too overstimulating or they just want to force me into conformity. Like here! It was tough writing this. I needed to make a breather. 616's playthrough was alright, even though Anonymous Affection's walkthrough was more in-depth. And there are the songs for that. Yada yada yada. I'm not a fan of Mortal Kombat X, as you already know, but I figured the Quaiton jungle was a nice touch for the second Revenant fight. Interesting environment and interactions, too. I'm trying my damnedest to connect as many elements of my brainstorming as I can, including Konquest. I don't want to make the story overwhelming for me and those following it. So, more shall be further delved into later. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all next time. Oh man, that was my favorite song from that Seiko clock, or Psycho clock. No, I think it's Seiko clock, however you pronounce it. That was my favorite song from it ever since we first got it. And it'll be significant in this chapter later on. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Last time, we just traversed through the Chaos Realm, and Hanzo and Kung Lao actually found and recruited Havoc, the cleric, who was actually outraged by Onaga's second coming. So, he was also outraged because he was pretty sure that Hotaru, the warrior of Sado and Order, would actually serve Onaga along with his undead legions, unlike the free will of Shao Kahn. So, naturally, Havoc is actually going to assist the warriors out. So, let's see what happens next. Alright, continuation 6. Darkness Brewing. Ugh, this sounds foreboding. In Lu's tomb, Kenshi and his team emerged from the blind man's portal. Unfortunately, neither warrior knew the location of the last relic, the Temple of Elements. Lu suggested to contact either Kwai or Hanzo since they were the ninjas who sealed Shinnok's amulet away. Astonished of the former wraith's fate, Kenshi immediately sent a radio signal to whomever would reach it first. Hanzo carried the unconscious Kung Lao over his back, out from the Nexus and into the portal leading to Earthrealm. He figured it was the only safe haven he could be in aside from Outworld, where Onaga and his legions ran amok, or even the neighboring realm, Edenia. The Netherrealm was obviously out of the picture, as was the Chaos Realm, even the opposing Order Realm, and Hanzo wasn't confident on recruiting Hotaru, who greatly warred against the cleric Havoc. Aiko received a sensation as if she felt something, then a pang in her chest with a few palpitations. She then gazed into the heart gem which ignited in brightness and warmth, while Kenshi sensed Hanzo's essence telepathically. Startled that he was still alive, the OIA agent punched around his wristband and it gave a digital sound, like those in Defenders of the Realm. "Ah, Kenshi, is that you?" "Hanzo? Heh, you're alive." "Yeah, the Elder Gods gave me a second chance to fight, but I was unsuccessful. I was stranded in Outworld until I found Kung Lao. We were tasked in looking for the realm's champions to stop Onaga. We believe that the Kami Dogu are too powerful, are his power source when together." "Good strategy there." "I see. Aiko sensed something's wrong. How is Lao?" "He's unconscious." "What happened? Did Onaga attack?" "Fortunately, no. We went into the Chaos Realm and found Havoc. I doubt Hotaru would be of some assistance. We have yet to find the representative of Edenia. However, with Shao Kahn reigning over it..." "Kenshi! Kenshi! Do you read me? Kenshi!" The humanized soul noticed the radio signal went dead, as did the receiver. "Hanzo! I lost contact. Hanzo, can you hear me?" "We lost the signal. Damn! Special Forces! Johnny, Sonia, and Jax must have disabled our devices. Unless... Aiko, I'll need your heart gem." She obliged. The OA agent spoke to Hanzo as Kung Lao's own jewel as an alternative route. Following the weak though distressed voice, Hanzo responded, "I read you. Sonia and the others must have cut off our transmission. I doubt my telepathy can carry over to you for long. I still don't know who Edenia's champion should be." Sindel was muttering amongst Kitana and Jade, who all shared the same uncertainty. Thinking there was no champion representing Edenia, an account since the realm lost 10 victories from Outworld, thus Khan's conquest for 10,000 years. It wasn't possible Kitana and Sindel summarized they won't be eligible to use its Kamidogu, especially since it was merged with Outworld for too long a time.
King Gerard broke the cloud of tension hanging over everyone as he offered for himself to become its champion. He might still have the former's essence collected by Shao Kahn. Better to bend the rules to save all realms. Those petty elder gods never cared when Earthrealm was invaded by Khan, nor when I died, nor of Aiko's dystopian future. Master Raiden and Fusion both abandoned their positions, even when Shinnok attacked, when I lost my life too. I may be champion, but if I were to override the rules for those I protect, then so be it. Better than killing Raiden. Thanks a lot, Kronika. Before they began a quarrel against the higher-ups, Sindel asked her husband to see if Ermac would find the identity of the past champion of Edenia. The onlookers, even the knights, could have sworn it was as if the collector's body was receiving mixed signals as it echoed transmissions from the thousands of dormant souls. About a minute later, his vessel silenced as he opened his eyes. His eyes were turned into a brighter, dirty gold. Even his skin rippled. I think I found him, my beloved. With this, I shall reunite with Hanzo and Kung Lao. They grew worried for their safety, while they pleaded him to be careful as they embraced him tightly and to never lose him again. Liu was more optimistic that as a collector of souls, thus housing some of the best dead warriors, he'll have the upper hand. Many souls were better than one. After all, I did possess Kung Lao's body against the deadly alliance and won. With a quick nod, Ermac offered him a fast ride to Kung Lao's and Hanzo's location near the ancient portal, which was close by. Although Liu offered to make a quick pit stop first. He pointed toward the domed roof belonging to the Temple of Light. A bald monk in red garb was praying within an opaque chamber. Rows of candles began to flicker as if there was a rush of air. Yet still he was deep in the mantra with his head bowed. Grandfather! The whisper of Liu Kang brought him out of his reverie. Liu Kang! He rose a hand and assured he wasn't a hallucination, but rather he was real. Despite the stoop, Liu asked who Shujinko and Damashi were. I must know who they are. Shujinko was just a boy before I was even born. I'm certain you know him. Shujinko? I haven't heard that name in decades. The frail monk stated he knew Shujinko ever since he was a tween, always helping the townsfolk with many odd jobs, while often training himself to be the next champion. He was always so full of himself, like a local celebrity, even though most people were merely taking advantage of him, until one fateful day when he suddenly left the village and never returned. Grandfather, who is Damashi? Do you know anyone by that name? He sulked. No, I'm afraid not. Before Liu had the chance to object, Damashi is rather a Japanese word. For what? It means deception, Liu. Spirit's eyes grew as wide as the setting sun. Deception? As in... He rushed away. He implored where he was heading. I must meet up with Kung Lao and Hanzo. They need to know the truth. Liu Kang hollered for Ermac to take them to the ancient gateway. They left in the speed of light. So, Liu's grandfather knew who they were. Well, that and the Japanese word. Oh boy, Damashi means deception. Not good. Kwai and I arrived at the Temple of Elements via portal, conjured by Raiden. If I'm correct, it shall be further north. They say it's hard to find, but it should be massive and elaborate enough to stick out like a sore thumb. The lime green light interrupted the conversation. Liu asked what was going on, and Hanzo explained Lao became delusional as they were investigating the Chaos Realm, which Gerard remembered venturing in once. The man formerly known as Scorpion also stated it wasn't possible to recruit Hotaru as he may work for Onaga. They could just be fanatical as the cleric, but in the ways of strict order. Right. Unless perhaps we can find Shujinko, then maybe there's a chance. But, brother... Liu offered his spirit to revive Kung Lao, while also piecing together his mind like a jigsaw puzzle. He reminded Hanzo on merging their minds in some meditation sequences prior to Onaga's resurrection, and so his spirit faded as he entered into Lao's unconscious vessel. King... Hanzo and Gerard watched over him, even when he came to. Looks like you're coming around. Welcome back, Kung Lao. In Earthrealm, he was relieved. Lao rose slowly. Liu Kang, I heard and followed your voice in the dark. You've led me into the light from that void. Thank you, brother. Now's not the time for a reunion. Have you found all the champions yet? We need the victor from Edenia. But I cannot tell who it should be since Khan won over the realm for so damn long. We already found him. Lao was paralyzed with disbelief. Ermac! Wait! He's King Gerard. The stranger never flinched. He's King Gerard of Edenia. He's on our side. Can she dice Khan's thrall over him? He's shown the Yaz symbol. With his legions still intact, he can help us deal with Onaga by impersonating Edenia's lost champion. Yes. However, we still must find Shujinko. Hanzo, he's too frail to fight. Better him than no one. Can you sense his soul, your majesty? Liu jested. I can try. Indeed, he is in his elderly state. Blurred vision entered his mind as he saw a hunched old man consisting of white hair and long robe, pointed towards the northeast. All right, let's go. Are you strong enough to proceed, Lao? I think I should be okay. Head is clearing. Body steadier. Hurry! I felt the septuagenarian's soul fading quickly. There seems to be another more omnipotent intermingling with his. Interference. Intense ferocity. Though we have no time to lose. The team dissipated just moments before streaks of red lightning licked the sudden darkened sky with a large gray tan cloud overhead. Oh, jeez. This is bad. On their way trekking to the Temple of Elements, the group was stunned by a whoosh of wind. A funnel appeared. No worry, it's Fujin. Sindel urged everyone to evacuate, yet Kenshi raised an arm. His sword illuminated in a turquoise hue, and he picked up a mail passing through it. It's Fujin! Aiko cheered, the elemental's name as her heart raced for hers, and Lao's close mentor. She ran toward the decimating whirlwind. The combatants raced toward the wind elemental who seemed to have a refugee. Fujin! Boy, are we glad to see you! Yes, indeed it is a pleasure to meet up with you too, little one. Fujin, what of your brother? I sense suspicious activity from Outworld, enough to disturb me as I was mourning for Hanzo. I'm afraid Raiden has taken a turn for the worst, ever since he sacrificed himself to save the lot of us from Onaga. He's been almost a vegetable in the Jinsei chamber. I watched over him, until I had no choice but to abandon my post, to assist Hanzo and Kung Lao, as she was defecting from Outworld. He's shown them the stranger. This is Li Mei. She's a young soul of Sun Dao, whom I helped to seek asylum. That's Johnny!
while everyone muttered in disbelief. Oy. Got the Revenant. I had never dealt with Revenants before. I believe he's still enslaved by Onaga's corruption indefinitely, after Kung Lao stopped him. Unless if the Dragon King shall be slain, Sonya and Jax are still bound to him too. The Edenians glanced over at Katana, who had no answers. I can't be sure how to restore him. I fear the Jinsei would be infected upon Johnny's dark soul, and him being recuperated would resume his blind loyalty. If we not find a solution, he may have to be... He should be contained at least, if he seems too resistant to reason. We're on our way to the Temple of Elements. I'm sure he should take him there, for now at least. Sindel was also clueless, suffering from a resurrection and servitude to a greater evil. I am certain Onaga shall be hunting for the last relic at the temple. Yes. However, we aren't certain where it is, ever since Hanzo and Quiet arrived there by portal. I will teleport all of you there in a millisecond, Kenshi. This sacred fortress was built by my brother, and I and a few of Earth's other guardians fell to Bihan. He was still dumbfounded about that incident being bested by a mere mortal. Thank you, mythology, Sub-Zero. Whew, thank goodness. There was a mountain range, no wandering aimlessly in search of the place. With a wry smile, Fushin ordered everyone to hold on tight before he lifted the heroes off their feet. As time passed, Aiko was discussing her relationship with Kung Lao to Li Mei. This was actually a response to, Mortal Kombat never really highlighted Kung Lao's relationships. At least not very well. It was either Jade or Li Mei, according to the fans, but I kinda nipped that in the bud. So, he seemed rather intrigued. The Outworlder saw the Crimson Heart Gem in her possession, which was the same one Lao presented her as she was tending him, symbolizing their love. Aiko mentioned it'd be used as a power source and communicator, and if enough life energy was emanated, she'd make another individual, give her and the recipient strength both physically and mentally. She is sure there's still so much to learn of her powers. I never encountered Outworlders with that kind of skill. I believe the stronger the bond is to the person, the more energy is given. It seems you have a deep connection with Kung Lao. I was about to feel the same until he mentioned his heart belonged to someone else. Apparently, it was you. Have you known him long? Over a few years now. Oh, have you known him long? Over a few years now. He was the one who showed me the Shaolin and assured the Chinese aren't a bunch of war machines, nor labor slaves. And his nephew Kung Jin is a joy to be around. But I doubt that the White Lotus would welcome other worlders. I see. My village seems to share some customs of Earthrealm. Even when I trained under Master Boraicho, he'd talk about the champion, the rice wine, and even his disciples, including Lao, a lot. That's a relief. If Bo doesn't become drunk, unlike when I first met him. She became irritable as she recalled meeting the big oaf intoxicated and even harmful to her, all because he failed to save the Sundao being enslaved by the Deadly Alliance. He saved my life, and I was on my way to Edenia when I heard my survivors were evacuating when Onaga was resurrected. Until I found him and Hanzo. I heard Bo lost his soul as he was helping Kung Lao, and before that, he made peace with the Shao Kahn, even the vicious Goro. And he slaughtered the Deadly Alliance. He truly is a hero of his realm. Aiko smiled. It was about time he was able to inspire another realm and increase his self-worth.
Yes, he certainly is. She zoned out until she took out her heart gem, which still had its crimson luster. Liu Kang is also our realm's greatest hero, too, even though he's a spirit. I can see why you love Kung Lao so much. No, I'm sorry. Li Mei just waved the statement away. Not at all, dear. You should be happy he has been attracted to you. And the heart jewel is proof. All of a sudden they heard distant roars and grunts emanating from somewhere inside the temple. The duo of women followed the uneasiness to a nearby pit, which looked to be about 12 feet deep. An ambush ensued as the enthralled Johnny was resisting the Edenian knights. They carried and tossed him into the ditch below. That should hold you! The monstrous slab began to descend from above, making the guards panic. Kenshi immediately halted it encasing it with a telekinesis. Basically, it's based on one of the traps in mythology Sub-Zero. Thanks a lot, angry video game nerd. It is a relief we got a telekinetic in our ranks. If he should try anything, we should crush his guts and make this his tomb. Kenshi began to share the Edenian's disgust, thinking to do the same. Wait! I shall take this. Through his skills, he was able to detach and lift up Johnny's high-tech gizmo, even his own wristband. He'll never contact his infected associates without these. How do you know all this? I happen to be a part of the Special Forces, more specifically, the Outworlder Investigation Agency, established by the infested Jacks. Ugh. Aiko and Li Mei looked into the pit with the former aggravated seeing one of her allies in a sorry and resentful state. Although Cage was stunned, she won't hesitate to beat whatever's left living in him. Kenshi put a strong hand on her shoulder, snapping her out of her anger. I know what you're thinking, Aiko, but we must stay alert and patrol the Temple of Elements. It's most likely he passed on the intel to his troops before it was captured, and maybe the Wuxi Academy too. I can sense something amiss near Liu Kang's tomb. I can sense something amiss near Liu Kang's tomb. I'll conjure a portal there. And that heavy thundercloud. It wasn't there before. Aiko nodded, relieved she won't have to deal with that undead and holier-than-thou trigger. Johnny Cage wasn't in her dystopian future as a revenant, but, it's kind of like deja vu. Kenshi passed the news to the Edenians to guard over that immense darkness the blind man been feeling. Much as the unsettling activity in Outworlds, or like restless leg syndrome, it certainly was tugging Kenshi's nerves. Knowing of Aiko's stressors, the Elder Gods knew where Onaga and his numerous followers were. Sindel assured her of her deja vu to her, ruined future of enslaved revenants, before she and Kenshi went back to the academy. Aiko, even if you feel the realm would turn against you, know that I'll always remain by your side. Remember that. The cardiokinetic beamed as she nodded, and the duo made to the destination. But when Aiko and Kenshi reached the tomb walls, they received a distress call from their own kineses, or whatever. The Wuxi Academy was under attack! Kenshi sensed the immense dark aura emanating from a wrecked temple, believing it only to be debris. However, the opaque smoke clouds distracted them and gave them the answer they needed. Oh man, this is not good. I'm sure you know where I'm going with this if you know Deception, and Armageddon, and a little bit of deja vu with 10. I know a lot of fans would prefer Kung Lao to hook up with either Jade or Li Mei. It really bothers me since it has never been established in the series. Just fan speculation and sometimes lust. It's irritating.
especially since Aiko loves him a hell of a lot more than those harems. So, I settled the score as she was discussing with Limei on her own genuine relationship with him. There won't ever be a threesome either. And, if anyone should be a replacement for Liu Kang, it should be Kung Lao. He's more deserving than the newbie is. Like, seriously, they all think Limei is a replacement of Liu Kang and not Kung Lao. Ever since Deadly Alliance. What the hell? This was where the neat exotic song I just played would come in, and Limei comes to terms with Lao and Aiko. I first discovered that tune from the Seiko clock I have, and I've grown hooked ever since, as a sort of nod to them, maybe an idea by Limei, discovering that ancient song. Honestly, I was lucky to come up with the idea on Katana restoring her memories, with Gerard thus breaking her revenant thrall. Not sure how to deal with them other than beating the shit out of them. I hate those revenants with a fiery passion, no matter who it is. I'm sorry. I just hate them. Especially if there should be no reversal or they refuse to see the light again, like Liu Kang and Kung Lao. And I figured Ermac taking the identity of the slain Edenian champion might be a nice solution as to who'd use the Kamidogu after all. Ermac always conceals his face and eyes. So why not take advantage of it like Shang Tsung, as they can both control souls given by Khan. I was kind of getting tired with Konquest too, so I think the next segments may just be flashbacks or something. Sorry guys. I mean, I'm sure you were expecting a novelization of Konquest, but I'm not a huge Shujinko fan and it was just grinding on my nerves. Same thing with Taven's that I'm doing. Same case with Deadly Alliance, really. The ideas were just dragging on for too long, so I'd split again. And there are the songs for that. Hopefully the next part shall be up soon. See you all then. Until then, this is the Ekron Writers signing out. And man, this is a very suspenseful cliffhanger. I'll see to it on what's coming up. So I'll see you guys then. Man, I always loved that song, ever since I heard it a long time ago. And I actually liked it so much that I actually used it as an intro to my Doppelgangers countdown. So, this is gonna be quite intense here. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King. Last time, Liu Kang actually figured out a plan on getting Edenian's champion in order to attain power from its Kamidogu and stand up against Onaga. And he wanted to bend the rules because the Elder Gods were petty, and so he and the Edenians decided to choose Ermac because he was a collection of souls and was the former proud ruler of Edenia, King Gerard. And meanwhile, Hanzo actually took Kung Lao out of the Nexus and into Earthrealm to recuperate from his exposure to the Chaos Realm. And eventually Liu Kang's spirit actually made Kung Lao restore his mind. And so he came to. But Liu Kang actually visited his grandfather, who told him that he knew Shujinko as a troubled kid, like everyone taking advantage of him, always being naive, always thinking as himself as a celebrity and whatnot, and always training with Boraicho. But he also knew that Tamashi wasn't a name, but a Japanese word meaning deception, which got Liu Kang alarmed. And so, Aiko and Kenshi were actually led by Fujin to the Temple of Elements, along with the Edenians and Li Mei, and they imprisoned Johnny there as a revenant. And Aiko explained the details of her relationship with Kung Lao, which Li Mei accepted, until there was a distress signal emitting from the Wuxi Academy. Kenshi and Aiko picked it up. So, let's get this thing started. Alright, continuation 7, Corruption. Nightwolf abruptly woke up with heavy breathing. Kiba actually barked next to him. He was laying on a cot similar to an infirmary, or the mountain base he used to operate in, as he came to while experiencing another one of his night terrors of Onaga. Kiba was whimpering beside him as he felt the same horrific terrors as he did. The shaman assumed his pet sensed the evil too, even a dream from Raiden. "I must get that ship ready!" The alarm went off as if an intruder breached the academy. Nightwolf rushed to the main chamber and punched around his motherboard. The sensors showed him a pile of rubble about 8 feet deep. Then his eyes narrowed as his face grimaced when he sensed an immense evil from it. Kenshi and Aiko just took the portal back to Lu's tomb, when the blind swordsman's ears perked up as if like a dog's, with its keen sense of hearing courtesy of his blindness and telepathy. Despite their fears, "Aiko, let me use your heart gem. I believe it might magnify my telepathy, like with your song, so I can warn the monks of this electrical foreboding threat. They must get to safety." She did just that. He handed it over. However, he nearly dropped it as he received that frantic cries instead from the monks. He immediately gave the jewel back. "Aiko, the monks are frantic! Someone is attacking them!" The location of the disarray near the Temple of Light. En route they met up with Nightwolf, who's closing fast with Kiba. He and Kenshi came to the conclusion, aside from Kiba's first sticking up, that Raiden was still alive, even in a familiar aura, though just as menacing. Several feet away, Kung Lao, Hanzo, and Ermac were chasing after the ominous force as well, when suddenly, Lu's spirit felt as if it was pulled by a tractor beam, as if he had no control. With his strong soul kinesis, Ermac drove him back, many spirits, inside the dragon amulet. "By the Elder Gods, I am getting so goddamn sick of this!" "Aiko!" Kung Lao felt it, even Nightwolf and Kenshi. At the Jinsei chamber, Raiden was still hunched over.
Ugh! Ugh!
Fujin was there.
Fujin! I can sense myself, my own soul, but he is not me at all. He seems more threatening, malicious, and yet I can somewhat feel my very own essence. That shall explain the red lightning I witnessed in Outworld.
Raiden slowly rose his head.
Brother, as a former Elder God, have you not learned to make a duplicate of yourself?
Yes,
but I never used it. It always required so much vitality, even half of your essence. He has the majority of my soul. I transferred my energy onto him. As an Elder God, I noticed I can make a copy of myself, much like Shinnok. Before the blast, I knew my time was at hand, and so I regretfully spent most of my energies onto him as he was being revived in Earthrealm to save myself from imminent death.
When Fujin teleported Lao and Nightwolf to safety during Raiden's sacrifice in Onaga, to be exact, he was dumbfounded as to why he would do this. He learned to create a mirror image of himself as he believed Shinnok could do the same. He heard his evil duplicate incanting a haunting spell earlier, to which can be used
at the Lost Hoenn Temple. He's going to attack the Academy with Liu Kang as his Dark Avenger. You must stop him.
Nightwolf, Kenshi, and Aiko picked up intense energy as Kiba growled. The shaman offered the swordsman to use his telepathy and communicate with Raiden, although the attempt was null and void as he heard his distress instead.
Raiden mentioned I must conjure a rainstorm and make sure my weapon is ready, as EMP needs to be charged. I must summon my ancestor spirits to power up the weapon and develop that pure rainstorm of natural energy to counter this evil.
EMP? An electromagnetic pulse? Ermac offered help to expedite the process. Kenshi, Kung Lao, and Aiko headed straight to the academy, while Hanzo volunteered and remained with the duo. Fujin added he shall create a microburst, a violent wind to descend and gather all enormous thundercloud, restoring Raiden's strength as much as possible. However, he'd need Nightwolf's help to do so. Feeling Aiko's astrophobia as she whimpered in fear, Kenshi offered to block her nerve receptors, although he warned it was temporary, as further inaccessibility may cause some neurological damage.
Wow, I never knew you learned so much during your time in the Special Forces, let alone with your blindness. We must hurry. Kung Lao and Liu Kang are closing fast. Do you know any safe havens?
The Dragon Grotto? That's all I could think of. Roseanne and Aiko's head was engulfed in a blue hue for a few seconds. Think of it as kind of like Neru's love in Ocarina of Time. As if being covered by Neru's love while feeling nothing emotionally. Good, let's go. They saw the calamity, and orange-hot flashes licked closer to the panicked monks. They were nearly hit, but as the crowd thinned, their eyes counting Kenshi's sixth sense beheld a horrifying sight. They became awestruck, watching Liu Kang in his placid green body, dragging numerous chains and letting out some incoherent moans. He then roared as he recognized the two intruders.
No! It can't be you!
She was too stupefied to say any more, but it didn't take too much telepathy to know that the undead slave was just as terrifying as that revenant from her dystopian future. Seconds later, red zigzags crashed and descended to the ground, making their feet vibrate, and a more ominous version of the thunder god they knew greeted them, complete with soul-piercing red eyes. His war-torn robe looked coated in black, the exact polar opposite of the heavenly being, now presenting himself as one of the devil's apprentices. He rose in a hand to stall the undead.
What are you?
I happen to be resurrected here in Earthrealm, and with a lot more power, I might add. So good for you to join us, Aiko and Kenshi.
You will be within our ranks shortly. I assure you, with my enforcer, the champion of Mortal Kombat. You see, I have revived him courtesy of the sacred dark arts of the Lost Hoenn, a tribe of necromancers, whom I decimated centuries ago. You work for Onaga, then! My sacrifice to Onaga has granted us this gift, Kenshi. I shall punish those who pose as a threat to Earthrealm. I will no longer be passive to the warmongering denizens of this world, or others. I have my own agenda, though the followers who won't defy me and threaten the Earth would be more than welcome to fight for me. So, you're just ruling this realm with an iron fist! All those who shall defy me would meet their demise, just like that foolhardily naive Shujinko. I made him pay with his life, after he was unknowingly working for a greater evil, despite the falsely believing he was working for a greater good. His eyes sparkled as he tossed the elder's severed head. Filled with a violent lust, the zombified servant was pent up for battle as he ignited and let out another snarl. I go! Get everyone to safety! I'll handle these two treacherous bastards! She never had to think twice. She turned tail and ran when Kenshi drew out his blade. Dark radiance just simply rose a hand, and streaks of red electricity licked Kenshi's trembling body. Even his blade Sento acted as a rod. The warrior collapsed in a heap. Finish him! Lu's possessed body was hit from behind, which happened to be Kung Lao's hat. It returned like a boomerang. The owner teleported before the revenants and even the corrupt god's eyes. Lao was flabbergasted of those abominations. Kung Lao! Lu's better half wasn't too thrilled. By the elder gods! What have you done? Nothing I will regret. I'm loyal to my own creator. I thought you might say that. Fight! He would fight Liu Kang. His corpse. Deja vu struck him as if he was resisting the crucial test, battling his own revenant and seeing Aiko's future, his ruined life. Raiden ordered his puppet to slay Lao, then Liu offered to share his partner's body, to which he obliged. It was courtesy of Ermac holding onto the dragon amulet. With the looming storm, Ermac was, via his soul kinesis, let Kenshi away. Kung Lao simply distracted the monstrous monk. Lao closed in with a whirlwind kick, which seemed to make Liu falter, but not for long. His resilience was incredible, being blindly loyal to his maker. He even used his own chains both as a sword and shield. They seemed to cause some lacerations onto his bitter rival. And he would be in Armageddon, too. Canonically. What the heck? The living champion once hesitated, as if they actually contaminate him, make him as a zombie, too. After hearing murmurs in the White Lotus Society, even about the ancient evil known as the Hoenn, and how Raiden barely killed the occult. Those chains must be controlling him! If we could just cut them off. It wasn't the best time to think, as it gave his undead counterpart a chance to unleash his fury, with his fierce flying and flexible kicks. Yep, he still has his moves. He'll turn one of the enemy's legs before lunging and licking flame. Luckily, Liu made sure to leave some space to prevent him from incinerating Lao's palm. Sent a few tricks of his own before he unleashed some of Lao's moves, including his tornado kick and aerosol. The undead fought back. Liu thought twice as he took a few blows and just teleported underneath. He performed some of Lao's own Shaolin slams. Witnessing impending defeat, Raiden's hand glowed as he took a few steps. Then, blinded by sudden funnel, even the two warring Orientals paused. Raiden just simply blocked himself before outstretching his arms, breaking the current. Fujin landed on his feet. Fujin! You should never be involved in this! Oh. Fujin! You should never be involved in this! I must, disciples! There were some flashes of white lightning between the tan clouds, made the warring gods waver for a split second before Raiden resumed. The aerial combat was a bit of a standoff. Due to the darkness, the Dark God seemed to have the upper hand, even when he was able to lead some shocks onto Fujin, making him vulnerable to more onslaughts. An impact forced Fujin to land. While the two monks felt the impact, Lao was soon able to best his rival thanks to Lu's strategies. Although it wasn't enough, confronting the Dark God who electrified them, utilizing the razor-rimmed hat as a metallic rod, they were greatly paralyzed. Just like Kenshi. Nightwolf was guiding the microburst toward the so-called deserted occult hangout. Then the monstrous storm cloud sounded, as if it began to burst. With that same deafening crack, the storm downpoured in torrents. The enormous mound continued to strike within it, and Fujin was beholding his brother glowing in a turquoise hue. "Hurry, Raiden!" Dark Raiden's hand ignited with a crimson hue. "You two have no choice but to join me in my conquest." He was hit nearly off his feet by a sudden shockwave, made him stamper before he regained his balance as if it had no effect. He tested his powers again, which seemed minimized. He wasn't fazed. "Is that the best you puny humans can do? An electromagnetic pulse? That pathetic stunt can only stun me. I can walk this off in a minute. Yet still, I have enough strength to perish you and make you as another undead pawn, Kung Lao. Two of the best monks in my servitude once again." "Not yet, Raiden!" It was Nightwolf. The terroristic deity just marched up to the duo till he was held and struck from behind. His body illuminated brighter and brighter like the sacred fountain from the Sky Temple. Nightwolf kept Lao down as they shielded their eyes encased in a green force field. They could have sworn Lu's doppelganger squealed as he was being nuked by the harsh white lightning bolts. Ermac created a neon green wall to keep the frightened escapees at bay from the raging storm, which they heard ear-piercing cracks of thunder. As if there was an explosion near the dragon grotto, the monks startled as they, Kenshi, and Aiko heard the lethal thunder wave, which is just enough momentum to quake it. "I've never heard nor felt the likes of such a calamity. This could be no act of nature," Kenshi wondered. Right now, Nightwolf rose, though Lao was capable. Hanzo rushed to them as the shaman was greeted by a reassuring hand. "You know what you must do," Shaman nodded in the echoing tenor. All of a sudden, a flash of immense light nearly blinded the refugees. The Indian rose a hand, calming they're still safe, and that Raiden meant no harm to them. The Thunder God conjured the Jinsei encasing Lao's and Fujin's immobilized bodies, before he stood and faced his children after the teleportation beneath the ground. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and mutter in astonishment before some cheered while others bowed. Raiden couldn't help but smile, reunited with his devoted followers. The cardiokinetic could hardly adjust. A glimmer caught her eye. "Kung Lao! Kung Lao!" she called amongst the large crowd. "Aiko! Aiko!" He scanned for his missing mate until she charged into him and wrapped in her light embrace. Lao returned the pressure as he tended her, while also resting his head on her shoulder, even nuzzling it. They barely heard Lu's irritation on getting his spirit smushed. Raiden just signaled the monks to silence themselves. "Thank you, brave warriors, for escorting everyone to safety. From now on, you are all in good hands." He addressed to Aiko, Kung Lao, Liu Kang, and Kenshi. "However, I mustn't stay here. Earthrealm and all realms are still in peril by Onaga and his followers. I know now where they'll strike, at the Temple of Elements, where the last Kamidogu stands. Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Sharad, and Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Sharad, and Hanzo shall head through the Nexus, reunite the champions, and thwart off Onaga for good while dividing the Kamidogu amongst all of you. You shall be able to move now." Cowboy Lookalot nodded. "Nightwolf, I know you must be dreading this moment, but it must be done once the dragon is weak enough." "Yes, the Sin Eater ritual. Prepare yourself. You could do this." "Kenshi, Aiko, I'll teleport each of you back to the Temple of Elements. You must not let Onaga and his troops possess Shinnok's amulet. Sonya, Jax, and the dragon's army will be marching there. Good luck to both of you. I shall be at the Jinsei with Nightwolf and Fujin." The duo gathered around their mentor. "Stay safe, fellow warriors, and may the Elder Gods protect us all." With a blink of an eye, the trio went off. The heroes reunited with Hanzo near the Temple of Light, when Raiden addressed some sorrowful news. "My darker self. He already vanquished the false champion of the Elder Gods, Shujinko." It wasn't too surprising for the mortals, especially since Lao and Lu witnessed his decapitated head. "I should have known he'd use the Hoyin's black arts. I destroyed them centuries ago. However, their dark rituals still remained. Thus, I need to incinerate the abomination. No! There was a better way. Liu Kang, for now, the Dragon King must be destroyed. Johnny, Sonya, and Jax are still in his thrall. And if I'm right, their goal would be at the Temple of Elements where the last Kamidogu stands, Shinnok's amulet." Everyone nodded, confirming Lu's and Hanzo's concerns. "And Kwai? He has his own inquiries. He shall be safe at the moment. Recruit the remaining champions and enter the Nexus. We're all counting on you." At the Temple of Elements, Kenshi assured to Aiko that Kung Lao shall return to her loving arms soon. I guess I'll end it here. So much work on that chapter, and yet so little done. Ever since I'd been doing my females list, things had been hectic. Maybe I'd been losing inspiration on Deception, let alone its droning Konquest. Still got a long way, and I think I might start with an optional one for some combatants next. And there are the songs, yada yada yada. It was such a damn relief to be rid of him. Never liked Raiden as his darker, vicious self, posing as a threat to everyone. No mercy shown, nor quarter given. Sure, his plot failed twice in the series, but he got a chance in the spotlight here. Nor did I ever like the fact that Kung Lao and Fujin had to deal with the corruption and zombie Liu Kang in Deception in Armageddon. Only for them to die and never get their sanity. And to be reversed by lousy time travel and have Raiden's benevolent self be insane again. This better not happen in the more competent fire god Liu Kang. At least he's not a blunder god. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them when fans consider Raiden as a blunder god. He was terrible in the Netherrealm games. I always wanted Raiden to be the caring mentor for the mortals, with a little snark, not some neglectful prick like Warner Brothers and Netherrealms made him to be. So another chapter's finally done, although the next one shall take a detour, involving certain wanderers in the Netherrealm for a chance to shine. So, I'm gonna make a little detour. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and man, at the time I was working on my females list, and I was so damn glad to get these two things out of the way. The list and, Corrupt Raiden's story arc. He had a chance to shine, and I finally got rid of him. So it was a huge relief, especially with zombie Liu Kang as his messenger. I mean, have we forgotten about the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow? The movie? Well, yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Not too shabby for Serena, especially in Mortal Kombat mythology Sub-Zero. There's not a lot of good songs there, but this one's not too bad. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat, The Return of the Dragon King. Last time, we just experienced Dark Raiden as he was reformed in Earthrealm, after the actual Raiden made a sacrificial blow to Onaga, and knew that his death was imminent, since he was powerless and Onaga was too powerful for him in fusion. He decided to sacrifice himself while also give up like 75% of his vitality. And as a result, it actually reformed as his corrupt side. Because he was filled with a lot of hatred, he had enough patience of Earthrealm being invaded, and he knew the risks. He knew that Shinnok can do it, as a fallen elder god, and Quan Chi with the amulet, but Fujin didn't want to take that chance. He knew it was too risky, but Raiden did just that so he wouldn't actually die. But as a result, his dark self was invading near the Temple of Light with Zombie Liu Kang as his enforcer. And so Kenshi, Fujin, and Kung Lao were able to stop the zombie Liu Kang, but they were incapacitated by Raiden's darker self until Nightwolf actually made an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, to disable him temporarily, stun him, and there was this massive rainstorm which gave Raiden the chance to absorb his darker self. And as a result, he got his vitality back, and so he is his full self again, much to the relief of Aiko, Kenshi, Ermac, and the monks that were in danger in the Dragon Grotto. So, with that out of the way, I'm just gonna take a little tangent detour and focus on another optional storyline, Noob Saibot. As Lao was with Hanzo, Liu Kang, and Ermac, heading straight for the Nexus, he made a solemn promise to reunite with Aiko again despite her anxieties, although his Shaolin brother was more confident that they'll succeed. Ermac came across the same immense dark aura. He hesitated. The group looked back, and the Soul Kinetic pointed out the pile of steep rubble. "We just passed the Hoenn Temple that Raiden mentioned. Guys, look!" Hanzo pointed to a recognizable body, slithered and steaming, with his head missing. Lao muttered, "Shujinko! Raiden did slay him as his corrupt self. God damn it, it's all up to us now." Hanzo then coaxed Lao. "Do you remember wanting to take the Earthrealm Kamidogu? Now's the time to perform that foolish stunt. This may distract and lure the Dragon King onto us, and as long as we find Havoc. I believe the champion of Outworld is still Goro. Let's do this!" He then followed the remainder of the champions to the Nexus Gateway. Somewhere in Arctica, and I spelled it wrong again, at the Lin Kuei Temple, one of the ninjas alerted the Grandmaster, Kuai Liang, of a girl seeking asylum. "Have her enter!" Moments later she had, as she was being escorted by a few of the guardsmen. He wasn't sure if she'd actually withstand the below-zero air, let alone if it was a human. To his surprise, she wasn't faced by the uninhabitable, frigid climate at all, because of the dragon medallion. She was a slim woman with half of her head consisting black locks of thick hair with white and black, and basically it's Serena, actually. But Kuai Liang doesn't know her yet. Sub-Zero was just as flabbergasted as his own colleagues, even Smoke and Frost. Still, she walked straight toward the throne without any distress from the sheer cold. She made a curtsy as she greeted Sub-Zero, I presume? Yes. And you? I see you have a different, thinner tone, even a lighter complexion. I recognized you from several years ago. May I ask who you are? Certainly. My name is Serena. I'm defecting from the Netherrealm. I am here to alert you on the predicament of your brother, Bi-Han. Everyone was flabbergasted. What? He eventually retained his composure. What do you know of my brother, stranger? I found him amongst the Brotherhood of Shadow as a wraith, encased in complete darkness. I knew of him several years back, before the first Mortal Kombat tournament. He spared my life, and I guided him through the evil depths until I assisted him on fighting Quan Chi. We bested him in combat, and I allowed Sub-Zero to escape before I was shot by Shinnok and banned to the 5th plane for betraying them. Then, I recently felt his icy aura, though he never looked nor acted like himself. I have heard that he went by the name of Noob Saibot amongst the fanatics. After a few minutes, he was being tended by Smoke and Frost. He regained his stamina. Where is he? I escaped from the Netherrealm as I observed Quan Chi once he activated a portal to Outworld. I kept away from that Oni, and was retreating from Bi-Han too. I have an ally named Ashra. Alas, she cannot leave the Netherrealm unless she were to slay a demon of immense power and evil. I believe that wraith to be her salvation. So, you believe he's still in hell? Either there or in Outworld, but I'd also heard of a dragon roaming around. That must be Onaga! We lost an associate of ours recently. I bet the beast has been resurrected there. The Deadly Alliance must have been successful after their defeat. I'm surprised I never heard anything from Kenshi or Master Raiden yet. He doesn't know Hanzo is alive, though. Then, we must head there at once. My brother. Yes, Serena, you can remember the portal's location? It was near some sacred ruins. They mentioned of the dragon's revival. Let's hope we can stay low, avoid Onaga's and his army's watchful eyes. He turned to his disciples. Frost, Smoke, are you willing to assist me and take that risk? They hesitated and they accepted. The Lin Kuei wished the quartet luck before they set a foot into enemy territory. With the help of Serena, she was able to conjure a portal leading to the location of the last rip. They emerged at Serena's discretion as they noticed the exotic markings on the stone walls. This is the place where I saw Quan Chi escape to, and followed him out. I was relieved he didn't notice me, and these symbols here tell of Onaga and his dominance by his zombie army. They required many souls to do this. Indeed. Kung Lao, Liu Kang, and Nightwolf put a stop to them. However, the Solnado was activated, and we lost Hanzo and the champion too. Frost and Smoke sulked. Muy Pinel? I doubt that Frost and I can handle the tepid environment of the Netherrealm. But we may be of some assistance to the forces of Edenia. Wait, why can't I come along? I'm sorry, but Smoke is right. You two must stay in Outworld if the worst should happen to me. If you see a threat of either Onaga, his army, or even Bi-Han, don't hesitate to fire. As I have the Dragon Medallion, I could withstand the intense heat. Besides, I believe my brother might spring a trap on you since the Lin Kuei are technical. I had seen machinery there, so it's likely. Smoke is a cyborg, Serena. The Lin Kuei had the cyber initiative till Onira was slain, and the cyber protocols fell out of favor. Now Smoke can utilize both ways. He can be a vital part to the Edenian resistance. You are mortal, so you can't lose your powers. And with that kind of adaptation, you might be stronger than Bi-Han. Don't I have to be tainted to enter the Netherrealm? Yes, but you have a demon. I can help you access it. Good, let's go. Stay safe, and may the Elder Gods protect you. They nodded. They went into hell after Serena conjured the portal. The pair just stood awestruck, but very much alert. Smoke scanned and deciphered the ancient runes. How can we trust her? How do we know she won't be leading Kwai into a trap? Oh. How can we trust her? How do we know she won't be leading Kwai into a trap? I can trust her, Frost. She had helped Bihan, which was during his journey to attain Shinnok's amulet, and the best sorcerers. After all, she never shown herself to be a demon. They heard a shuffle of feet. Seconds later, they heard the same scuffle. They braced for the worst. They took aim. It's only me! Hold your fire! Nightwolf? What is he doing here? I saw a bright gleam from here, thinking it was Onaga or his followers. I was about to prepare myself for the Sin Eater ritual. With the growing army, I should gather enough souls to make me tainted, so I can enter the Netherrealm and bind Onaga, once he's weak enough. Kwai went to the underworld with Serena in search of his brother Bihan. I shall wish him luck. Onaga and his followers should be here any minute. We should stand by and protect him, Frost. If Wei Pinyao shall make a safe journey back and restore his elder brother. His anxieties were beginning to cloud his mind with doubt. Ugh, don't I feel the same? I've been there. Intense heat wasn't a problem for the two. With the Dragon Medallion, Serena is more adaptable, more resistant. Followed her to the gears. His mind acted up with Kenshi not around. He needed all the help he could get, especially dealing with his corrupt brother, whom he presumed would be as wrathful as Scorpion. This must be the fifth plane of the Netherrealm, where your brother was resurrected. He is an evil incarnate, and while he serves under the sorcerers, he seems to be only full of himself. I sympathize, Kuai Liang, but you must discard your light-heartedness towards him. No honor shall befall from him either. So he wasn't possessed by one of the elder gods. He recalled his pep talk with the Shaolin monks, which is a tie-in to that. No, it was Quan Chi, most unclean. So Noob would be just as vicious. I'm afraid that there may not be a way to save him, as he's bound here for so long. But if I can find Ashura... Look out! There was a large icicle made of sharp ice particles. Dark energy struck out and dissipated into dust afterwards. The ice beheld a shadowy masked figure, bright blue irises piercing. They were the new victims. Hello, brother! Kwai stood as if frozen by the Dragon Medallion, as if losing control over it. Brother! Oh, I see sweet Serena has returned. Where have you been deserting yourself from our cult? I've had enough of your twisted occult, especially with you and Quan Chi. You should perish for your treachery. After all, I and Sub-Zero had done for you. Continue there. What you two had done was meaningless, Serena. Ever since Scorpion murdered me, I was reborn here with a higher purpose. The corrupt Lin Kuei and the damnation warped your mind. Once I'm done with you, I'll ascend to Earthrealm and assassinate Scorpion myself. Then, the Brotherhood of Shadows shall conquer both realms. I haven't forgotten of Shinnok's imprisonment. Thank you for leaving him vulnerable, brother. And you will return to our ranks very soon, my dear. You were part of the Brotherhood? Quan Chi enslaved me as one of his assassins. If it weren't for Ashura... She was suddenly caught in a blinding blizzard by Noob, remained stiff. Silence, you traitor! I will finish you! And if you won't join my side, you'll wind up with the same fate as the Shirai Ryu. Brother!
What has become of you? You have no right! Fight! It seemed to be a mirror match, although Noob had more strength than his benevolent brother. His ice blasts, they were empowered by the Umbra Kinesis, and he had more muscle. He was able to put up a fight, but not against his endurance and brute. Instead, most relied enhanced cryomancy from the powerful artifact. Noob's necromantic persona was too much. Alas, Kwai's strength didn't hold up for long. He kept receiving blow after blow, and was severe. Kwai hunched over. I will take your medallion and your soul. Farewell, dear brother. His body was engulfed in what looked like to be bright sunny rays. The golden streaks began to irritate Noob. He shielded his eyes, he backed away. The same beam retracted from one of the distant gears. It followed Noob to stun him again, but it moved and shone through Kwai and Serena's tomb. With a gentle aura, it dissolved the omnipotence almost instantly. The warmth also encased Kwai and restored some of his strength, even Serena's. Let him be, Noob Saibot! Kwai! Serena! Run! She leapt down with her nature's torpedo, squarely hitting the wraith with her spin and rapidly kicking legs which launched him into the air. She then cast her heavenly light, which made his descent hard. She fired a lightning blast, which connected Noob. With her holy might, she was able to resist both Noob's Umbra and cryokinesis. She knew it won't be easy to lunge in for Chris Blade. She knew all too well that the wraith may be wounded, but still dangerous and reckless than ever. She wasn't about to lose her prey this time. I have been looking for you for eons, Saibot. So have I. They each fired their elemental volleys, forcing to cancel each other out. It was a blinding battle of stamina, as well as the neon blue and black streaks clashed against the sun rays. Noob's body jolted forward, and the incinerating energy seeping into his opaque stature. Little T knew a nearby participant was still strong enough to force him forward and lower his guard. What have you done? I will always come back to haunt all of you! Ashra threw the heavenly dagger and it impaled into the demon's chest. He wailed like a banshee, and the aura began to seep into his evil soul. Black streaks rose from his paralyzed body before it started to lighten and soon dissipate. The Chris still remained, with its tip in the burnt dirt. Ashra retreated as Kwai and Serena recovered. What did you do? A hole made of light just descended and laid over Ashra, who could have sworn she was taken off her feet. Sure enough, she was ascending, even though the sky was hardly noticeable. Seeing this, Kwai and Serena actually ran and grabbed her by the feet, and they seemed to be carried up as well. Ha! Ashra has actually got emancipated from the nether realm, finally. Moments later, it took Kwai a while to notice they were laying in a grassy field in Earth realm. The blue, patchy sky and the cool wind was so welcoming for all of them. They had to stretch their weary muscles, maybe roll around in the fresh grass. Even Kwai was honestly missed the feel of nature. A rumble of thunder was heard in the distance. Without seeing a thundercloud, he had a hunch it was the flashing emerged the Thunder God himself. Sub-Zero! Lord Raiden! Arise now. Who is this demon? Her name is Serena. She was just defecting from the nether realm. Is that Ashra who stands before me? She was awestruck. Raiden! At last we meet. My faith has kept me hopeful, ascending from the nether realm. It's about time. However, I won't welcome a demon. Serena can help defend Smoke and Frost in Outworld. They await my return. Then you two shall help us fight Onaga and his undead and loyal followers. I'd already sent Nightwolf there in preparation of the Sin Eater ritual. I'll still need Ashra's assistance on vanquishing the evil from Sonya, Jax, and Johnny.
Those three are contaminated?
By Onaga, yes.
Good, I'm almost done.
He then remembered the successful endeavor by the Deadly Alliance when Serena explained it all. Ashra took out and looked down at her sword. With Chris, I might be able to imbue them. It'll be easier if the ancient cryomancers can pitch in. Yes, I know of your history, Sub-Zero. I certainly don't want you to wind up tainted like your brother. Then it's settled. Kwai and Serena shall rendezvous with Frost and Thomas in Outworld, and fend off Onaga and his warriors. Ashra, before you go, there is still one Revenant John. There's still one. Revenant Johnny is imprisoned at the Temple of Elements, and would possess the last Kamidogu if he's not stopped. I will lead you there. Go now, to Outworld! Rin opened a portal. Kwai then Serena leapt into the passage to the foreboding frontier. Moments later, the Protector of Earth conjured a different rip, leading to the temple. Sensing there was still immense evil, she headed straight to it. Good luck, guys. Just like in my last epic, I did not want to go with the lore given about Smoke. He was left in prison in Outworld years after Khan was exterminated. Then he was found by Noob Saibot, and being he and the Lin Kuei had impressive technological knowledge, he'd hack and brainwash Smoke like the former Grandmaster did. I'm just so pissed off that nearly every villain had retained their evil ways without any legit reason. Same deal with Goro. Much like the Shokan, I didn't make it happen. And it shouldn't. It always pisses me off. Always. He and Frost shall be involved with Nightwolf in Outworld and prepare for Onaga and his horde followers, with Kwai and Serena pitching in. Ashra and Serena had their chance to shine much like Noob, although I wasn't into them much. Not a huge fan of these guys, but good to lend them a free pass. And there are the songs for that. Damn you, Squeenix. I can't find a certain song, like with, when the warriors fell to the mannequins in Dissidia Duodecim, and they arose from Dissidia, even lightning. I couldn't find that song. Damn it. Not even in the soundtrack. It should be. I seem to have killed a few birds with one stone, whether it be about Ashra ascending after she killed Noob Saibot, Serena allying with the Lin Kuei, and redeeming herself from Quan Chi, and just getting rid of more trouble without harming those such as Kwai, Smoke, and Frost. I might cover the Chris and its true effects some other time. Maybe if I should write Armageddon, but I still have Onaga and his undead and loyal warriors to deal with. See you then. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you guys later.
to another chapter of Mortal Kombat, The Return of the Dragon King. Last time, we actually took care of Noob Saibot. We had a little detour I had to make as Kuai Liang and Serena headed into the Netherrealm while Frost and Smoke stayed in Outworld to stand by with Onaga and his followers. But the main plot was to encounter Noob Saibot, and because Serena knew where his brother was and Kuai Liang was indeed shocked about it, he turned corrupt. And it turned out that his predictions were true, that the person he was chasing after in Shaolin monks was actually his brother as his darker self, and Serena led him to it. So they actually fought him off, but it wasn't the Elder Gods, it was Quan Chi and the Brotherhood of Shadow, and Serena was once a part of it, much to Kuai's dismay. But she tried to help him, but he was too powerful until Ashura came along, and she wiped him out seamlessly, which allowed her the chance to finally ascend from the Netherrealm. And the duo went with her, and they wound up in Earthrealm, and Raiden actually assigned Ashura to defend the Temple of Elements from their prisoner Johnny Cage, who was still corrupt, while Sub-Zero and Serena went into Outworld to meet up with Thomas and Frost. So, let's get this thing going. Alright, continuation 9, Declaration. Back at the Outworld Rune, Smoke and Frost were still anxiously waiting for Kuai's and Serena's return from the Netherrealm, where they had a pep talk with Nightwolf. He was empowering his soul weapons as green incest rose from the bonfire while his tools ignited the same shade. Kiba was still inside his malevolent vessel. Frost grew worried of his welfare, as if losing Kuai wasn't bad enough. Nightwolf, that Sin Eater ritual, would that actually consume you, or would you be lost spiritually? He wasn't fazed by her worries as he responded, If Onaga should war against the champions, and if they shall be successful, he'd be weak enough for me to bind his spirit into the underworld for eternity. Think of it as a sort of devil's trap, like in Supernatural, before the invasion near the Temple of Light. So, we got a flashback scene here from Konquest. Shujinko's journey. This is actually part 2 of Earthrealm, his journey in Earthrealm. And I think this takes place after you get the Chaos Realm Kamidogu. Yeah, I believe so. Either that or the Netherrealm. But, yeah, in the Netherrealm, Nightwolf was there to remove the taint from Shujinko's soul, like Onaga mentioned, and this disallowed him to travel to other realms with that taint removed, and it took years to do it. So, it was hard putting 2 and 2 together, especially with Defenders of the Realm, because I had this idea that Nightwolf was interested in higher learning. He wanted to go above and beyond his tribe, thus going into advanced learning, becoming a tech geek, thus the gadgets and all that, dragon jets. So, think of it as like 2 and 2, you know? I thought Nightwolf as a tech geek was pretty cool in Defenders of the Realm. I know he's supposed to be like a Native American, but like I said, I want him to go above and beyond. And there's the Konquest training. I am grateful for what you have done for me, Nightwolf. I wish you luck on your journeys. You were always welcome in the lands of my forefathers. Alright, here we go. It wasn't long before my people realized I was training for higher education. I was then disgusted after that. Luckily, it was around that time I had Kiba by my side. It wasn't easy to stay away from the dorms, as I only studied in my own camp. Then, I graduated early, top of my class, by the time the first tournament began, and Raiden enlisted my help. For several restless moons, I'd been receiving vision after haunting vision of the Dragon King. I figure if I can just absorb souls from Onaga's army. How convenient! Onaga's army is gathering as we speak. Baraka! The Tarkatan just rose a hand. Fear not, mortals. I do not wish to attack you. I am the time-displaced predator of Outworld. I notice my past vessel isn't as sanitary as I am. As we speak, my better half is rallying up my kind's deadliest warriors to serve Onaga and have him reign supreme. He is unlike Shao Kahn. I should know since I worked for both factions, as Onaga is a ruler of order, and his followers are all so submissive. Hardly any objection, as if functioning with only one mind. That's the one who helped us against the Deadly Alliance, Thomas. You were willing to turn on your own race? Help me here. Well, it's not every day the Lin Kuei are willing to turn against cyber conversion. That shut 'em up. Anarchic fools! They'd rather work for and depend on a power-hungry tyrant and satiate their bloodlust. They fend for themselves like those pitiful saurians. Contrary to those times when we worked for Khan by invading the city of Lichen, soon Edenia, and the Wuxi Academy, to which I regret. Tarkatans always have an essential sense of smell, and with that rancid odor, I'd encountered Onaga taking the form of a saurian. I soon realized it belonged to my comrade, Reptile. When I was time displaced by Khan's new reign, I knew my friend would be in trouble. I spotted the shattered egg recently at the lava shrine, before I caught up with Kung Lao and that wind god at the Kwaitan jungle. The possessed human with dark glasses and several decaying archers were brought to my attention. The trio wondered how Onaga would take someone else's vessel, not his own. Baraka stated his original corpse was destroyed by the Edenians at the Lost Pyramid. Yeah, he found it too. He was reformed and hatched from the egg incubated by his ancient sect. Knowing he was barred by Edenia, Baraka broke his boundaries, alerting the army's advancement through either Earthrealm or the hapless kingdom first. Their battalion, consisting of some Shao Kahn, Centaur, and Saurian warriors, shall strike back. If I'm correct, Onaga should have a few infested cronies along with the treacherous clan, and supposedly the realm of order as well. We have to get Sub-Zero and Serena back. I can't agree with you, Frost. I can't agree with you more. At the prison ditch in the elemental temple, Johnny's limp body suddenly shot up and became stiff, as if he just picked up something like a dog with a potent scent. The broken frames of his $500 sunglasses, hint hint, fell off as his irises gleamed. He snarled as he rose and gazed around his confinement. He backed up to the steep wall and began to climb. Then went all erratic as he made a successful attempt climbing out, utilizing the high walls like a predator clawing up, almost as if his fingertips were gripping the ridges precisely before he leapt out. The Edenian knights were on high alert as they stormed toward the intruder who miraculously escaped. But due to his quick reflexes and monstrous strength, they were unable to subdue him. One of the wounded elites shouted in Edenian, "There's an intruder after the final artifact." In adjacent chamber, Sindel Jade Katana picked up the warning, but before the Queen had a chance to alert non-Edenian colleagues, the irate Revenant was bashing through the locked metal door and the crowd. He even tossed Sindel aside like an unwanted toy. Even Katana and Jade were unable to pin him down.
Not even Aiko could capture him, and Cage's heart was too venomous for her to steal, as it slipped away like a slippery eel. Some of the knights continued the chase, while others murmured and became complacent he won't find Shinnok's amulet in the labyrinth. We all know how hard that was. Katana paused. She was hardly audible. Johnny hesitated. The onlookers noticed that his head was squealing in agony. Actually, Katana just received the Edenian ritual, the spell, the chant to reverse Onaga's effects, but it didn't turn out well. If he gets to the amulet... grunt. If he gets to the amulet, Onaga might sense it and transport him to... Cage boldly halted, then collapsed. As the onlookers closed in, they noticed he was ambushed by an impatient Ashura and stabbed him with her thrown Chris. All right. The crafty undead scowled. You'll never stop the almighty will of Onaga! We can try, Johnny. Aloft her butt, Holy Might was eventually too much for Johnny to resist. He was being sizzled and immobilized. Footmen held him down. He became unconscious. Sindel congratulated them. That bastard must have had a hive mind despite me compromising his equipment. More of Onaga's followers must be marching toward the temple from Outworld. I'll round up the settlers who are willing to fight, and perhaps purify the remaining revenants, Sonya and Jax. They received quizzical looks. Raiden told her as she broke free from the nether realm. She even cussed backwards. She was in remorse for training Shujinko and letting him be stronger than her, as she would have broken free sooner if she had the chance to slay Ermac. Technically, he's not a demon, but whatever. The sound of his name Jade's memory was tugged, having a flashback, as did Sindel, when the former was defeated by Shujinko surrendering the Outworld Kamidogu, and the latter giving the Edenia treasure to him to keep away from Khan. It seems you ladies aren't the only ones who have disdain with him after all. Can the pity parties? We got trouble! Oh man, Sundo! The village of Sundo, it's being destroyed! This village is being destroyed, man! How dare you! How dare you take the most primitive village and destroy it? This is why I hate the Revenants so much. Reveal the location of Shinnok's amulet, or pay with your life. Damn it, Jax. Simple remained silent. He was killed anyway. Not even the general shown any relent, as she became a brutal bruiser. Sonya! And they led the Tarkatan horde. The former special forces turned out to be the dragon's most lethal enforcers. Everyone was finished in the deserted settlement. The despotics bowed to the emerging serpent. Some even kneeled. I hope I do the dragons... Oh, it's Jax. Those pitiful Sundonians! They deserve to waste their feeble lives. They couldn't have been spared if they could squawk the location of the final piece to victory. So, courtesy of our Edenian servants, I have already the incantations needed to unite all the Oh wait, is that Onaga? Yeah, I think it is. Courtesy of our Edenian servants, I've already the incantations needed to unite all the Kamidogu into the ultimate weapon that will conquer the Elder Gods, just as the one being failed to occur during Genesis. That primitive village wasn't as promising as containing the secrets of the Solnado. Perhaps the mighty kingdom of Edenia would be most convenient, with the Anarch Shao Kahn non-existent. The two undead froze. We received intel from Johnny, Lord Onaga. And that is? The Temple of Elements is northern China. I'll see if I can operate a portal upon its coordinates. Please do, sweet pawn. We still must thrash the resistance of Edenia. They would surely drive us back. A fair strategy, imperialist of order. Uh-oh. It was Hotaru! Not good. Like, seriously, how can this so-called holy man, serve the undead and an evil dragon? He is literally obsessed with order. He doesn't see anything wrong with this. My longtime associate Hotaru, my champion from Saito, the heart of the Order Realm. He knelt. I am humbled of your presence, Lord Onaga. It has been too long of several millennia. For eons, my followers and I had been awaiting your return. Much obliged, keeper of powerful harmony. Soon all of Outworld and the realms shall tremble and bend to our insatiable will. I must first find the answers for the final piece of the Kamidogu in the Jewel of the Cosmos, Earth Realm. That elderly fuck Shujinko only gathered the majority of those sacred artifacts. We will cross the barren plain en route to Edenia, and use force onto the putrid palace, and anyone who dared to be a threat. Sonia and I will download the intel when ready. Once we have the coordinates of the Temple of Elements, we'll contact you. Excellent! We will thrive at tomorrow's dawn. The reign of Onaga will soon begin. All his troops roared in triumph as they raised their blades and fists into the brisk evening air. This is not good. Soon enough, it was daybreak. There was the coral sky. The Edenian cavalry arose as the numerous watchful eyes pierced through like beacons within the opaque vegetation, even those from atop of the 15-story trees. Yeah, they still have a few from the living forest. Hopefully I'll highlight the purified forest with the smiley trees. Those vile intruders are here! Baraka snarled. Nightwolf, Frost, and Smoke were geared. Frost whimpered to the Elder Gods for Kwai and Serena to hurry. To the shaman, it was like deja vu as the forces of Outworld united against Shinnok and Quan Chi just a year ago, in Shinnok's uprising. Still, I must prepare for the Sin Eater ritual. Let these treacherous bastards come, as well as Sonya and Jax. They were our compatriots that became corrupt by Onaga's infectious influence upon death. Baraka was disgusted. I know firsthand. A reinforcement shall be at the ready, and I wish to cut my double down to size. It wasn't long nor easy as the dragon militia came across every rigged trap. The Saurians made a preemptive strike. They covered their enemies with acid. They activated lethal limbs and lethal forest needles courtesy of the remaining monstrous trees. Onaga, Sonya, Jax, and Hotaru often took the front lines and disabled some of the traps. The group consisting of the Edenian dwellers and the Raptors' associates, the Chameleons, won't give up without a fight. What do you know? We got the Chameleons in the front lines. They're leading the ambush. Awesome. The ravenous wild Tarkatans rushed into the livid terrain, breaking off any strategies of cover from both sides, like they did before. So, the Tarkatans were the reinforcements for Onaga, and the living forests around the frontier were both littered with blood and several bodies. Oh man, they declared war. My kind aren't so reliable. I always recall them rushing into battle without a proper plan nor contingency. They will be so damn unquenchable and reckless. Ain't that happened before in the Netherrealm War? No cobalt armor. No wonder Baraka actually lost to Quan Chi despite him having the amulet. Kwai and Serena emerged. Alright. Thank the Elder Gods you're here. Well, never mind the love scene, Ice Princess. Onaga's saints are marching in.
When the saints are marching in. Get it? Alright, he was worried what the doppelganger can be among their ranks. Crossed his arm blades, ready to slice some fresh meat, never wavering on turning against his own clan as what he did against the Deadly Alliance. Now all we need are Sonya and Jax! I think my partner Ashra can help in that regard. Well, thank goodness. At the Nexus, Lao, Lu, Hanzo, and Ermac ran through the Earthrealm portal. The realm between realms was in deathly silence. They slowly approached the altar. The Shira Ryu warrior perked up and stated to the champion of Earthrealm, Kung Lao, remember that cunning stunt you attempted to making on stealing the Kamidogu? Liu Kang's spirit did just that. Ah, do it! Lao, astonished by his shenanigans from before, and Hanzo stopped him. Yes, this could bring back Onaga's attention to us. As long as he has the Kamidogu reunited, he's merely unstoppable. But divided, he will fall. He was hesitant. He took the large pendant, took the Earthrealm relic quickly with a snatch with one strong hand. To his surprise, he wasn't harmed, nor shocked by it. Lao saw the elder Shujinko. Aw, man, he's having another hallucination. And, as we all know, if you guys know Deception, this is the end of the Konquest mode. This is Onaga's inception right here. I may have to play this. Or not, no. Maybe I'll just play this. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I have defeated him. Now I am free to complete my quest. I do not understand. The Kamidogu should have been transported to the Elder Gods. Why is it not happening?
Because you have not completely finished the quest.
What are you?
Ah, yes. Familiar words. Perhaps this will help you to understand.
Damashi! What has he done to you? Let him go!
Shujinko, please save me. Oh, fool! Damashi does not exist. The avatar you see before you is merely a projection of my consciousness. I manipulated this astral puppet from beyond the boundaries of death, and in turn, manipulated you. I deceived you into bringing me the means of attaining ultimate mastery over reality.
So it seems that I have indeed known you all these years. Then by what name shall I call you now? Tell me who you really are, demon.
I am Onaga, the Dragon King of Outworld and soon-to-be ruler of all that exists. I must thank you for bringing me so much power. The Kamidogu are mine.
You may have them. They do nothing. You have wasted your time. Nothing happened when I placed them all on the altar.
Not all. If you had found the last piece, the altar would have transported them to the Elder Gods. But the last piece is currently in Outworld in the possession of a fool sorcerer. I will deal with him later. For now, I will take these artifacts you have so dutifully collected for me. I am afraid they will not make it into the hands of the Elder Gods after all. And so, Shujinko, your quest is done. Prepare for death.
The Dragon King has not emerged from the portal. Perhaps he has lost interest in pursuing me. More likely he has gone to Outworld and will confront the sorcerer who possesses the last remaining object. I have been a fool. Blinded by the lure of adventure, I have endangered the realms and betrayed the Elder Gods. The blame is mine alone. What have I done?
And Kung Lao saw it all. Even the last words.
Of course! Grandfather stated that Damashi isn't a name, but rather a word. Japanese for deception!
I should have known, Hanzo growled. He then had a flashback of losing to the false prophet and regretting untraining Shujinko in the Netherrealm to restore his taint to make him travel in all realms, before he lost upon Onaga's emergence. As if reading their minds like Kenshi, Ermac recalled the Sato guards in Outworld, meeting him, then imprisoning him before the Soul Collector arrived near Shang's palace. He also noticed that the Generous One was saved by Dairu, during a riot he made against the fanatical Order Realmers. They all came to the conclusion that Damashi was Shujinko's guide for the fake quest that was orchestrated by using Onaga's consciousness due to his rotted corpse at the tomb. Everyone came to a head, and Ermac sent thousands of armies consisting of the Saurian Shogun, Centaurs, and Adenians, teaming up with Serena, Ashura, Frost, Smoke, Kwai, and Nightwolf to war against Onaga's followers in a bloody massacre.
The war. It has begun.
Everyone was in deep thought, worrying for the welfare of their compatriots. They grabbed each of the corresponding kamidogu. They all heard a sort of whooshing noise that wasn't accompanied by wind. Kung Lao was frantic.
Kung Lao, heads up!
Following Liu Kang's warning, he jumped out of the way.
You! Hand me over the Earthrealm Kamidogu, mortal!
As if on cue, it began to brighten with his side pocket.
Bring it to me!
Lao just stood firm.
Never, Onaga! I am not one of your bound zombie puppets. I will not let you govern all the realms. I refuse to surrender the last of the Kamidogu. In order to get to them, you must go through me.
He drew on his feet and he declared,
I am Kung Lao, the descendant of the great Kung Lao, the defender of Earth, and the champion of Mortal Kombat. Impressive, but it will be astronomical to overthrow me. I am Onaga, the supreme ruler of Outworld, and soon all of existence. Hand me over the Kamidogu, and show me the location of the amulet, and all will be spared. Run, Kung Lao!
He took on Liu Kang's words, and he started to run. His mind raced when Lao was severely injured by the Dragon King, how he was immobilized by Raiden before he sacrificed himself, how his comrades fell one by one before he was warped away by Fujin. With all but two of the Kamidogu in Onaga's possession, he had no choice.
Good, I'm almost done. Onaga snatched him in his vice grip, nearly crushing his fleshy vessel, before Liu Kang's fiery serpent intervened for a short while. Brother, hurry! Warn the other realms of Onaga's presence and keep away the Kamidogu! Go!
Lao relied on his speed. He was close to his cattails by thermal energy, blindly running to the Nexus's outer portals. Okay, I just had to end the chapter there in a cliffhanger. I tried my best to portray the enemies as best as I could, since Sonya and Johnny weren't revenants before and Jax was, which was meh. And I figured the melee should be safe for the finale, even if Baraka should deal with his present double. Sonya? Oh, there are the songs. You can pause here to rate it if you want. If not, if it's blurry, there's always the other platforms. Like the previous chapter, it certainly was a struggle, aside from dealing with insomnia. I wanted to wing this one, and may the last time Konquest would ever be included here. Besides, Shujinko's gone, the rest of the stuff is either non-canon or just optional and uninteresting. Sorry for the disappointment. I highly recommend Anonymous Affection if you want to know about Konquest. It certainly helped me a lot. I know I was going to lose interest eventually, and so the so-called timeline was so convoluted. I recommend MK Temple, but I wouldn't guarantee it. I actually made a summarization on the fanfiction wiki. So, see you all for the finale. So I'll see you guys later. Well, damn. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat: The Return of the Dragon King. Last time, war has been declared in Outworld, as the fleet was led by the Chameleons, as the foot soldiers were led by them, with the Shao Kahn, the Centaurs, the Saurians, some of the Edenian Royal Guard was involved, along with Frost, Smoke, Nightwolf, and Baraka, and soon Kwai and Serena, as they emerged from the Netherrealm because they freed Noob Saibot, as they were fighting against, as they'll fight against Onaga and his undead army, which are marching towards Edenia in order to demand ransom for the amulet of Shinnok, which is the final Kamidogu. Meanwhile, the champions reunited at the Nexus. Hanzo, Kung Lao, Ermac, and the spirit of Liu Kang arrived at the Nexus, and Hanzo said to Kung Lao it was time to take the Kamidogu away so they could draw Onaga there. And as soon as he took the Earthrealm Kamidogu, he actually had a flashback of what happened at the very end when Onaga came to be, and Damashi was actually Deception, like Liu's grandfather said. And Shujinko actually gave Onaga a second chance to usurp all the realms. But this is actually the finale here, guys. And I wish I could play the song The Roof is on Fire, but, you know, copyrights and all that. So, without further delay, let's get this thing going. Alright, here we are. Continuation 10, Zenith. And this is the finale, guys. In the midst of all the pandemonium, Kung Lao was still frantically running away from the intimidating presence of Onaga, closing in on his every step. He always felt the heat and his horrifying aura as he tried to keep away the Earthrealm Kamidogu, but no matter how far away he managed, Onaga kept sensing and thus chasing after it, with the energy and briskness of horsepower in the thousands. Oh, that's the best I could describe it. The sinister Dragon King first followed the fleshling into the Outworld's rip, just a sheer mile away from the Edenian resistance and Onaga's army clashing each other at the forests. Despite the flesh and splatters of blood flying, the minions noticed the presence of their overlord, yet they never faltered as they were consumed by their bloodlust for him. Instead, a few nameless cronies noticed the intruder and aimlessly fired at Lao, with Onaga on his tail, before the debris was too much as he turned back to the Nexus, while also ducking beneath the savage serpent. Liu Kang then suggested, "Quick, Kung Lao! We should head to the Chaos Realm!" The former monk gave an irritated, "Ugh! Don't fret! I'm aware of your mind not taking the world's toxic environment. I went inside you. I promise my spirit shall protect you from its intrinsic atmosphere. Now go!" With little time to spare, Lao took his brother's advice. Onaga arrived with the Nexus empty, but as he felt the energy of Earth leaving him, he knew where to go. With only about a couple minutes of reprieve, Kung Lao took a breather after he almost stumbled upon the black-yellow ramp as he ran out. Soon Onaga emerged after him and sniffed the air for the sweating mortal. He then punched downward from the ramp and pieces scattered, though no sign of prey. He then flew aloft and took a gamble. He saw Lao running on the slanted rooftops, even leaping to their lower portions instead of descending, even ducking in a ditch as Onaga let loose his flame breath. Lao teleported in the ground, then behind a heavily barbed fence. He dashed to one of the advanced portals, taking him over a few floating aisles, before Onaga bashed through the barrier with minimal effort. At the temple worshipping the god of chaos, the denizens were in utter shock seeing the beast for themselves. Even Havoc, some feet away, "By the Tempest! It's Onaga!" He shot a gauntleted fist in disgust. "I shall never let this vile ruin the ways of chaos. If I find Totoro, I will wring off his self-righteous neck. Dairo, Darius, you are the resistance to the ways of order. Onaga's army shall be vanquished in Outworld. Seize them! Turn back, Kung Lao!" The lethal hat thrower twisted his body as he made a U-turn and headed back with the horrid beast close to his heels. "By the Elder Gods! Kung Lao's been hunted down by Onaga!" Fujin monitored the chase, as did Ashura and the Jinsei. Lord Raiden, may I volunteer to assist the Edenian resistance?" "Please do, Ashura. Kwai, Frost, and Baraka are in the melee, fighting the dreaded Dragon's army. Nightwolf must have enough tainted souls necessary to enter the Netherrealm, and still bind his soul." "Raiden, Nightwolf said he needs more, from the army itself. His people's contamination wasn't strong enough." He shall have his chance if he were to assist the Lin Kuei warriors, Serena and the Turcotten. Baraka helped us against his own kind, but the shaman would need someone to guide him out of the dark bowels. "Of course, I'll do it." "Hurry now, Ashura. We may be former Elder Gods, yet our powers can do so much in Outworld. Bring Sonya and Jax back to their senses if you can." With the Lin Kuei high-tech, Thomas was ready as he unleashed his smoke screen, spewing at the bloody brawl in the first floor, wrapping up the combatants' legs. With rockets beneath his feet, a gray cyborg rose and opened fired from aloft with a rocket or two, shooting from his chest cavity. The explosion stunned soldiers from both formations. There was enough for Sub-Zero to freeze and shatter the enemy's brittle bones. Frost was more offensive as she impaled and diced in closer combat with her icicle daggers, even attacked mano-a-mano, hand-to-hand combat like Serena did. They felt a shockwave closing fast. Frost urged her associates to jump,
and avoided the aftershock. "That must be Jax!" Much to Kuai's guess, he saw his former ally thrash through the resistance. Even the centaurs were having a field day with him, since they recalled his scrimmage with Motaro. Some even stumped back, but Jax never wavered. "Oh boy." Feeling was dishonorable, he urged, "Frost, Serena, seek out Jax and Sonya and brain them!" The ladies obliged as they charged into the brawl, while Kuai continued to create ice storms utilizing the Dragon Medallion. At least he had a better chance than against noob Cybot. Eventually, Jax's brute strength became too much for the half-horses, as well as the Shokan, even being able to break or disable a limb or two as they cracked like twigs, which were hardly audible than their shrieks. He wasn't prepared, however, by the sudden stream stinging his face. By the time he recovered, he was unable to see his assailant. He did feel a swift blow to the back of his head, and beheld a Saurian wearing a rainbow garb. He unleashed his spear, in which the Revenant attempted to rip out of the palm. Instead, he was driven close enough to shoot ice onto his feet. The slick raptor vanished and was unseen in chaos as he aimed for Jax's bare ribs. Jax struck thin air. Then the resilient reptilian spat out another acid stream onto Jax's arms as he blocked. The bionic strength enhancers were still being eaten away, leaving the Geomancer vulnerable. He drastically brushed them on the dirt, but it was an easy target as he was caught in the multicolored monster's green field. He thought he'd have his arms bust out of his body, but he was just tossed into fallen trees. "Not so tough with your revenancy, are you?" he taunted as he marched toward the mess. He was then hit from behind by a flexible leg. It's Sonya! Chameleon had the upper hand!" Just as ashen and enthralled as her partner. Thankfully it was on cue. She was stung by a close acid stream from a slimmer version of the bulkier brawler, the female chameleon. She pinned Sonya down, even buried her face until they heard a wail from Jax. A golden dagger withdrew from his back, yet there was no blood, and an angel-like being aimed and did the same thing to Sonya. The female Saurian was alarmed, though Ashura halted her. "Don't, Saurian! They will be taken for recovery." Way to go, Ashura. She emerged in the Jinsei fountain. "They're now incapacitated, Raiden." "Good. Now it's up to Nightwolf." In the middle of the fray, he sliced up numerous foes with his soul-empowered weapons, dagger, tomahawk, whatever. Once several souls dashed into him, he headed straight for the one sealed rip. He took a deep sigh. "It's all or nothing," Raiden just observed. "Nightwolf just breached the Netherrealm. Go to it, Ashura. And might I remind you, I have no jurisdiction there. Be wary of the endless sinful hordes." "You don't think I'm used to it by now?" "Hurry to the portal so you two won't get trapped for an eternity." Baraka had his hands and arm blades full, and he was about to deal with his doppelganger. Oh jeez. Because of the unsuspecting stunt, several of the Tarkatans became vengeful on the genocidal maniac. Baraka was just too cunning and cold-hearted as he kept driving them away from the Denia militia. Another one of the hellish hybrids rushed in, although he didn't appear as slim. And basically, it's the doppelganger, even performing the rapid dices. "You are a traitor to the Tarkatan, fighting your own race. My own race has been corrupted by outworld overlords. They're wasteful and disgraceful, deplorable working for a dragon who only re-enlists the dead. It is a way to preserve our race. Without Shao Kahn, he brings order to chaos. I would rather liberate, to form my own allegiance, and not waste our ruthless destruction that serves no purpose." "Then perish with your soft-boiled brethren, traitor! You show no honor to the Tarkatan. There's no honor in what you do!" Kick after kick, both using an impalement accompanied with a headbutt, or even firing their scythes at each other, they were surely and evenly matched. They were at each other's throats, each mutant bloodied and battered, and pushing each other's blades back at each other, although the present Baraka performed a spin kick, knocking his docile double with his blades just inches away from his eyes. "Serve your kin blindly, then, turncoat! Serve your emperor burnt!" The time-warped Tarkatan let loose a fiery breath like a dragon's, as his irises blazed the same shade. That took him off guard. Baraka doing a flame breath? There's more to mutants than just fangs and retractable blades. A certain god taught me that. Tarkata demands respect. We are done living in fear. Yeah, you tell that bastard. Just like in MK 11? I hope it's MK 11. There's a lava burst to hit Baraka's side, and he laid there immobilized. There was a mail which seemed to be made of ethereal energy as he declared, "There's now a new order that will pervade all the realms. Onaga's order! It's Utaru! A Tarkatan never begs for mercy!" With a three-pronged energy star and a blue projectile, both of the Chaos Crusaders, Dairo and Darius, brought the Zealot to his knees. I didn't know what else to do with these guys, but I'm glad they got rid of Hotaru. I never liked them much anyway. So, for all the good I had done, the event that had come to define me was the one moment of chaos! Yeah, well, Lu and Lao returned to the Nexus and noticed two more Kamidogu from the Netherrealm and Edenia were gone. In a separate realm, Hanzo warned, "Ermac, with possession of this Kamidogu, I might revert to my wrecked self, and lose my sanity and my soul like I have against Quan Chi." The Soul Kinetic encouraged, "We need all the strength we could possibly master, Hanzo. Once we should face Onaga." At a breath, Kung Lao turned tail to the Order Realm, a domain he never encountered before. Amongst every one of the massive pyramids he intersected, and he even knocked some random objects to obscure Onaga's path. As almighty as he was, he still kept at his vicious pursuit. Amongst the settlements, the Sato denizens cheered for Onaga and attempted to retaliate, and never trip their allies' enemy. Wasn't long before he turned back to the portal. Lao's stamina and adrenaline were beginning to fail him while nearing the gateway. That Onaga was close to clip him. Struggling, Lao managed to reach the Nexus once more before he crumbled and perspired at the altar. Massive layers of sweat covered his powerless body as he struggled to take in thin air. Nevertheless, Onaga cornered Lao there and knocked him down with a single monstrous lunge. The former Shaolin was battered, unable to move, let alone breathing. His vision was too hazy to notice Onaga being plummeted by a four-armed monstrosity with a few jumps atop him. He raised his beastly arms as he roared, "Roar!" They carried Lao up and over his bare, tense back, as he stumped to Outworld and snatched the Kamidogu. The opaque realm seemed calm, and less disturbed as the Shokan laid the helpless victim down to the cool ground. He took out the circular amulet and both it and the blue-green jewel ignited. He aligned them. They grew brighter. It conjured energy flowing into Earth realms. Seconds later, they both darkened and Lao began to stir from his stupor. His sight cleared. Koro? He just lowered his arms. "Snap out of it, Kung Lao. The realms need our help." "What must I do?" "Stop the accursed Dragon King and save the realms, if it's not too late." Goro could have sworn that he saw Lu's empowered spirit salute. "Count on it, champion. The others shall await us." As soon as the trio returned to the realm between realms, Ermac, Hanzo, and their unlikely ally Havoc met up.
Everyone put up their dukes as they prepared for the Battle of the Realms as soon as Onaga made a forceful landing. The quake nearly knocked the quintet off their feet, yet they stayed firm. And there's the final battle. Liu Kang usurped Lao's vessel, although Havoc was the first to break through and attack the beast with his signature torso spin, flailing his limbs. He was just as wrathful, despite most of the Kamidogu belonging to each of the warriors excepting Sato's. Despite his uncanny maneuvers, Onaga's bulk and monstrous strength was like Mount Everest. Ah, crap. Hang on a sec, guys. I gotta turn the light off because I don't want the clock to chime in. Ay. And this is where you will hear The Roof is on Fire, that techno classic, as you would see in my virtual soundtrack. So, alright, the diving corpse. It was each of his counters were lethal, breaking Havoc's limbs, which he let. A disabled arm or leg he easily reattached and kept on the scrimmage after he performed his recovering corpse taunt. The diving corpse had little effect. The crackling lead projectile seemed to be even with the beast's immense fireballs, and even snapping Havoc's neck after his enemy's aerial throw provided him energy. He thought he was the most resilient combatant, thinking on defeating Onaga alone, although his vanity was a weakness as Onaga became more brutal. His size and tremendous strength mattered. By the time Havoc wavered, Goro charged with his signature spinning fists toward the vicious usurper. His own fireballs clashed with Onaga's, and their ferocity seemed equal. With every tackle, punch, or kick, it was as if the prince mimicked him in terms of movement and impact, even mirroring Goro's maneuver, the Shokan jump. Although since he was a heavyweight, he was still affected by Onaga's super power bomb, as it greatly irritated his body, even when the stream of flame made Goro waver with his bare skin. When he was weakened, he switched for Hanzo, letting loose his rage. He encountered the beast with his usual spear, wrapping and pulling it, taut, drawing the dragon nearby, although the beast's brutalness was nearly enough to tear it out of his palm. He instantly withdrew and countered with his own fiery breath in conjunction to Onaga's. His fireballs were still forceful on the Wraith, even his charges like a massive bull. Though he did manage to catch and perform an aerial throw, he managed to make a pyro teleport from beneath, although he was still at Onaga's mercy when he was caught in a seismic throw from the air. His aerial combat didn't work. Ermac took over with a teleport punch, seeing his associate injured. Unlike the other combatants, he kept his strategy to attack from a distance. His moves even covered long ranges, including a Soul Balls, Hado Energy, and Telekinetic Slam. Hell, his lunges while being imbued in his soul energy made some marks, as Onaga was held only for a millisecond by the Collector's fields. While he was the most agile, he was still mangled, even caught in Onaga's flames, making him falter. Lastly were the Orientals. However, Liu Kang seemed to be the most effective, as his combined strength with Lao's dealt double damage, much to the cleric's jealousy. Mostly from the lethal moves of Boraicho, consisting of the bicycle and the whirlwind kicks. Onaga wasn't stupid, as he blocked some of the cousin's counters. Even the power bomb was little problem, as Lao strategized quickly, with his teleport avoiding the unrelenting terrain and performed the shell and drop instead. Aiko and her compatriots at the Elemental Temple were roaring for the best combatants, as was Raiden and his spectators in the Jinsei. But he wasn't thrilled as Onaga wound up and fired toward their tornado kick, thinking they'd deflect them. Lao's hat throw was even caught in Onaga's palm, which threw back the lethal projectile, to which Lao squirmed his body down to avoid the same technique Motaro used. Liu lunged with his flying kick, but didn't make the beast back away much. His brutal counteract was more injuring. Since then, combatants took turns against Onaga's ferocity, and he nearly had enough strength to best them all, even when kneeling at a distance as they observed Scorpion the first time out. Something began to break within each of them, even inside Kung Lao's inner pocket. Liu Kang summarized in his host, "Everyone!" He simply hijacked Lao's vessel to reach in and punch the Kamidogu in his possession. The artifact shattered into many tiny shards. The monk noticed the dragon faltered as well. He unleashed another flying kick, which seems to cause more damage. Using the decoy to their advantage, each combatant, excepting Havoc, broke their corresponding pieces. No! You treacherous fools! These Kamidogu hold the keys against Onaga and support the ways of chaos. They must each be destroyed, Havoc. Shujinko said they mean nothing without the last piece. Now, champion! With pent-up rage, Kung Lao kept on slicing Onaga with his fatal hat as he performed furiously his fatal razor's edge. His brutality. Many lacerations were made as Onaga began to hunch over. Finally, unleash your might like you did with Shang Tsung! Everyone, now! Ah, crap, is time up? I may have to divide this into 2 parts. His teammates followed his instructions, decimating the realm's own pendants, and then landed some aggressive blows onto Onaga. Seeing the Order Realm relic still intact, Lao and Lu powered up before Onaga dove in to snatch it. In his hands was nothing but dust. Goro just lifted the stupefied dragon with his lower arms as he continually sacked him with his upper arms, before he threw him toward the fiery F4 funnel. Realizing that stunt, Scorpion performed the aerial spin. Ermac encased him in a spiritual field as he ascended the enemy higher, while Havoc just stood and watched with glee. Ah, damn it, Havoc! The tornado let out an enormous gale and fire as it exploded and dropped Onaga. All fighters were pooped, and Onaga was staggering but strong enough to stand. They wondered there was more they could do, until Onaga became still as he was oozing out of thin green essence. "Now, Nightwolf!" Raiden roared as his grunt echoed from one of his shamanistic tools. His magic trap activated as the foreign symbols, lines, and the unholy terrain ignited the same soul shade. Damn it, that clock had to chime in. Anyway, where was I? Momentarily, the interior was covered by a vertical streak of light, and soon bound Onaga's spirit inside the energy field. Although the holographic body was his, it sounded like the same tone as Damashi as he screamed obscenities while being weighted by the impure spirits that bound him. Seeing the commotion from afar, Ashra signaled and guided the shaman away as quick as possible despite his own aching body from the numerous dark spirits that were raging inside. The green ooze subsided, but inside a slimmer body. The possessed vessel turned out to be the deformed reptiles in his saurian form, complete with his dagger. Baraka would surely be pleased if we can take him in alive. Footsteps pattered like raindrops as Lao wobbled as if he were Lu's reanimated corpse. Barely holding his stature and keeping his head up, his body collapsed and caught in a lime hue. As silence fell, Hanzo reverted back to his lucid self, wondered what that break of glass was with the raised arm. Ermac came to the conclusion it was the dragon amulet. I'm still in Lao's broken body, but even I'm gravely wounded. Raiden appeared, startling the group with a flashing clap. He immediately inspected the golden shards and stood upright. I must take them to the Jinsei at once, even Reptile's lifeless body. As if there was a sound, Ermac sensed Havoc, drawing out a morning star, declaring in a harsh whisper to the inactive saurian vessel, Chaos shall reign forever! Oh, no you don't. It was Ermac, Havoc, as he jagged his limbs. No! Can it, you! Then it gave him a direct kick to his ribs, sending him through the Chaos Realm portal. Ha! He didn't have a chance to consume Onaga's heart. even though technically it's reptiles now, but in the ending to Deception you would see. Good thing it's non-canon. Oh man, it was all a setup for his own gains. The impact made him be thrown back to the city wrecked by Onaga before the rip closed. He stood up slowly and just let out a cackle in glee, relishing Onaga's lethal combat, and wished to fight a war as sporadic and deadly as that again. Spoilers! Wait! A Saurian can be vicious upon inspection, but Raiden said we have no choice but to head to the Sky Temple. Numerous bodies laid inside the sacred fountain. Even the monks stood at attention, guarding the place, and they weren't too thrilled of the several visitors. Johnny, Sonya, Jax, Kung Lao, Loose Corpse, and the heroic fighters who were in recovery, with Raiden and Fujin awaiting their fates. 'Cause, some were dead. Word got out to the defenders of the Elemental Temple. The heroes succeeded, and the crowd cheered. Aiko came close to the royal family to avoid the calamity, instantly worried of Kung Lao's welfare, while Li Mei recalled him moments later. Katana and Sindel reunited with Sherrod in a tight embrace, and the queen reiterated her daughter's sudden chant to him, which may be possible to separate Onaga's spells over the special forces. Aiko became desperate of Kung Lao, in which Sherrod assured he's recovering. There was soon an audience outside Raiden's sacred stronghold. Aside from the escape of Kung Lao, there are the songs for that. I wish I could play The Roof is on Fire, but no, I can't. This was undoubtedly one of the hardest chapters I had to write, even finding a fitting title. And it wasn't just that, but every scenario, including the melee, in which my other epics tend to lead up to the climax. I was so damn relieved to have it done, though, especially with the anti-hero Baraka got his double taken out. That fire breath just made it more special, as like what Underdog said, Tarkatans are like the mutants in Mortal Kombat, as Baraka's like Wolverine, thus should have different abilities. And the god he's referred to should be a taste of things to come. I also got pretty anxious on taking out the new Revenants too, even Onaga, as well as Nightwolf's Sin Eater ritual. Unlike the game, he wasn't lost. And it sort of reminded me of the Devil's Trap in Supernatural, in case you didn't get the memo, another WB property Mortal Kombat should have. At least elements from it. I don't like the characters anymore. So I used a tag team battle, the first and only in this fic, unlike the previous book. The thing was, I always believed that Chaos in Dissidia was always a ripoff of Onaga from Deception. They have a similar character design, they're like almighty main villains, their attacks can be similar in terms of brute strength and pyrokinesis, aside from the godlike techniques. Chaos has as a god. Then again, Shujinko could have both a ripoff of Wang Liang from the Bouncer, so it may have been done both ways. After all, it was a reminder of the better way fighting Chaos, use 5 heroes in a party battle. Because in the original Dissidia, it was 1-on-1. 1 against 3, actually, which is totally unfair, Mr. Spamalot. In Duodecim, the prequel, was a party battle, which is 5-on-3. So that worked out well. I didn't want to get rid of Havoc. His moves and concepts was too cool, though I couldn't wait to get rid of boring, communistic Hotaru. I wasn't sure what to do with Havoc's associate traitors to Order, Dairu and Dorius. Believe me, they weren't all that interesting. So they gained up and brutalized him. I was also worried the realms would be affected if the Kamidogu should be destroyed. It's a relief it's nothing, and they have worthless without Shinnok's amulet. By the way, in case you guessed, the chameleons finally made themselves useful as spies and passive heroes. You're right, it wasn't easy finding roles for them, that's for sure, thus leading the Saurians and the Athenian resistance, as did Smoke as an Iron Man combatant. So the finale has been conquered. Next, the epilogue to tie up loose ends. And just in time, since the Sindel role-player has returned, I had a huge fallout with her several times, and it just became official. But regardless, damn! I finally got the finale out of the way. So, in case you don't know, I'll go with the same routine with the epilogue wrapping things up. So until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. Damn! That was one of the best songs I've ever found. At the very last minute when I was finishing up this book. So, welcome to the epilogue of Return of the Dragon King. Last time, we just went through the finale, and the champions were barely able to put a stop to Onaga. You know, Hanzo, Havoc, Liu Kang, Kung Lao, and Ermac. They were all in the Nexus fighting off Onaga, and they realized they had to break the Kamidogu in order to weaken the Dragon King so that they can have the upper hand, because they functioned united as Onaga's power source, even though there wasn't Shinnok's amulet yet. And Onaga was unable to get there, and his army was thwarted by the Edenian resistance in Outworld, led by the Chameleons, and Baraka, the time-displaced Baraka, had the upper hand, finishing off his doppelganger with his new gifted fiery breath. Ha! Baraka wasn't expecting it at all. So, without further delay, let's end this with the epilogue. Alright, so here we are. Outside Raiden's ethereal temple, the monks muttered in numerous tongues of the dangers for each of the injured heroes involved in Onaga's war, but more importantly, the fates of their champions and their best representatives, Liu Kang and Kung Lao. They even remained silent as more combatants marched onto the summit via portals, one from the Temple of Elements, the other from Outworld. Those being Aiko, Li Mei, Sindel, Katana, Jade, Frost, Smoke, Goro, the Chameleon, Serena, and the Edenian Royal Guard. Everyone stood outside the sacred Jinsei fountain, anxious on what would become of their injured comrades. Hanzo and Kenshi made a handshake and manly embrace as they finally reunited from their battle against the Deadly Alliance. So they're finally reunited. So far, most of the wounded had recovered in a matter of minutes. Thankfully, Sonya, Jax, and Johnny had their bodies and minds lucid, no longer possessing the urge to conquer and seize control for the dreaded Dragon King. Reptile was still immobilized from the extensive damage of the lethal scrimmage, although the troops recuperated quickly as if they only suffered minor damage like a bruise or a scrape. The crowd began to thin out little by little, but several minutes had passed before the Saurian general made some hisses, probably from contempt. The Raptors gladly offered to carry their elitist to a portal into Terra, where he'd settle in a more familiar instead of holy territory. I don't blame him. As soon as the scaly reptilians left the building, the two brother gods looked at each other with anxiety. They knew what they had to do. Are you ready? Yes, brother. But this hasn't been done in a millennia. Raiden looked down at his fallen champion. The process won't be easy. This was a voluntary possession, but Liu Kang's body sustained extensive damage by the Deadly Alliance and the Howin ritual. It's likely it is still corrupt by the ancient black arts, in which I had possessed to revive him for evil purposes. He sulked at the thought. Technically, it wasn't his fault. It was his doppelganger. So, Fujin just laid a firm hand, assuring, do not blame yourself on what your corrupt incarnate has done. We will decimate whatever remains of those savage necromancers. I'm certain Liu Kang and Kung Lao are still pure. It wasn't easy removing those spellbound chains, though. Everyone hardly noticed the Howin chains were gone. Way to go, guys. Suddenly, another rip opened outside as the protectors noticed a faded light. Did I miss it? Did I miss the ritual? Nightwolf! Ashra! Where's Sub-Zero and Baraka? He's healing the Turcotin, Raiden. His dragon medallion should be vital in preventing infections and blood loss. Let's hope so, but I must have the shaman's assistance for the time being. Thank heavens you're no longer tainted. Well done leading him here, Ashra. How may I help, Raiden? Cleanse Liu Kang's body for any impurities, and escort his soul from Kung Lao. Liu Kang must pass through spiritual plane and return. May the Elder Gods assist us if there should be a spiritual conflict between his body and soul. As pointed out in the ending. You must know, Nightwolf, that this is a very dangerous procedure. The Matoken's body ignited as he let out Kiba, who made a large, rapid shake, as if soaked in torrential rainfall. And you never see this in Defenders of the Realm. You never see the opposite, you just see them merged. That's it. So I kind of made it up. He then trotted over to the two fallen Orientals and let out some whimpers. No. Nightwolf offered to pet him, bring the glowing tomahawk to the spectators outside to pray for the Shaolin's welfare. He obliged, and Raiden prayed to the higher-ups to protect them. The process began as Nightwolf was in a lotus position, and the Jinsei suddenly turned into a light green, while Fujin watched over the ritual warily as Raiden announced, Val Topan! The wind god hit a distant bass gong before his brother laid his fingers onto Lao's forehead, and soon Liu Kang's corpse in the same position. The temple began to darken, although it wasn't just the interior walls. Slowly closed his eyes as he performed the spiritual transition. Meanwhile, the group of spectators gathered around the small tomahawk Kiba brought. Everyone laid a hand on it as they silently prayed for Liu's safe journey and the warrior's sakes. As Raiden's head bowed, left flashes of lightning were seen. They startled Aiko a little, although knowing her phobia, Kenshi comforted her. The monks began to chant in their Shaolin mantras for their fellow brothers. Minutes dragged on as the process did. At times Raiden faced each of the two still victims, guiding and cleansing their spirits, as did Nightwolf and Fujin, when suddenly a surge of invisible energy went through Kung Lao as he made a deep inhale. It was as if a heavy load had been lifted from his body and mind. Raiden sensed the same as he motioned his fingers from his forehead. Wake up, Kung Lao. There was a deep tenor ring in his mind, almost sounding as if belonging to his Shaolin partner. Once I'm done with Armageddon, I'll explain it all. Believe me, it isn't his ancestor, just letting you know. But I won't tell. Aiko's heart gem glowed and warmed for her own chest, filling her with relief. It's Kung Lao! The crowd murmured whether or not his presence was true. They each turned to the Sky Temple and soon emerged the former monk from the shadows. The cardiokinetic was the first to stand and run to him, murmuring his name. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but grin as his eyes sparkled, before he tightly embraced her, resting his head onto her shoulder. Oh, it's so good to see you. I am myself again. Her nose twitched. I don't care how much you sweat or how bad you smell. I'm just so glad you are here. He always seemed to have the bad habit on forgetting to apply deodorant after each tumultuous lesson or bout. I made up this bad habit. He then heard some excited barks coming from a dog, only it turned out to be Kiba, who rose on his hind legs and licked his face numerous times. Lao just smirked and giggled all the way, even having his forepaws rest on his shoulders, even his snout. The wolf soon recovered and gazed inside, letting out a few high-pitched moans. Lao soon followed. Liu Kang! The crowd soon closed in, welcoming him alive and well. Even Goro, iterating his ancestor, and so he had brought hope and peace throughout the realms. He was glad Li Mei was still safe, even from the Sundo devastation he heard from Fujin on his way out. Everyone was thrilled for Kung Lao's successful recuperation, though Katana, Aiko, and Lao still showed worry for Liu Kang as they gazed into the opaque entrance. Moments later, Fujin hit the same large gong again, and a gathering surrounded the central fountain, hardly letting the normal blue hue strike through. The sky began to lighten as Sonya contacted Kwai in Outworld. He was surprised the Special Forces agent was her normal self, as were Jax and Johnny, who reunited with him like old schoolmates. She offered to send him a portal home as soon as Baraka snarled that he'd rather rest at his own Tarkatan camp than in a stuffy, irritable space filled with bright light and godly air. Where Lao and Aiko and soon Katana stood, their eyes made out a group of monks walk out, never saying a word, just giving them loose complexions. Fujin broke through the shadows next. Welcome back, Kung Lao. He bowed and wore a strike of concern. Lord Fujin, what of Liu Kang? The dragon amulet's been destroyed by the deep impacts of Onaga. He actually wants to thank you for everything. What I've done. It should never have come to pass. Of Liu Kang's death by the Deadly Alliance and the dragon's rebirth. I was irresponsible. You were only responsible for his destiny and yours. Kung Lao then noticed Raiden and Nightwolf. Aiko and Katana cried about Liu Kang's fate. All he did was raise a hand to silence them. We all had done some irrevocable deeds to secure all the realms from Onaga's reign of terror, and to preserve the existence of our chosen one, Liu Kang. He rose his heavy head without suddenly becoming light. And we never would have wanted it any other way. What we had done echoes for an eternity. There was a pause, and Raiden turned behind him. Gradually, a male emerged out from the temple before they saw an orange glow for the first time in what feels to be infinite. He rose his face as he let out a grin as his palms ignited, then dissipated the flames. Katana immediately went up and gave her lover a sudden tight embrace, in which he returned the pressure. The Edenian princess was nearly in tears as she expressed how much she missed him, and how she was certain that he ascended into the afterlife before Onaga made his resurrection. Aiko did the same as Liu's left side broke away, also giving her the same affection. As both women separated and remained at his sides, Kung Lao took off his hat and knelt as he bowed.
I am forever in your debt, champion. Whatever happened to surpass Onaga, I am honored for all the sacrifices and triumphs you have made. I felt my nerves blazing like fire, and I had a rush of air fill my lungs for the first time since my death. I am Liu Kang once more, protector of Earthrealm and champion of Mortal Kombat. And I owe the same privilege and name unto you, Kung Lao. Raiden then faced his distant friends and nodded for them to come forth. They slowly gathered around and praised of his safe and triumphant return, even for his and Lao's victory. With every greeting they made toward their saviors, Liu Kang never broke his handhold with his Shaolin partner. Together they were now given the highest honor that would even match Raiden and Fujin, even the Elder Gods themselves. Their unbreakable, honorable bond shall never fade through the eons. Raiden spoke loud to his most prominent disciples, while still being overcrowded by their friends. You have secured your fates, and may the Elder Gods forever shine down upon you. Well done, champions of Mortal Kombat, and saviors to all the realms. Oh man, that was great! And there are the songs for that. The epilogue wasn't too hard to write. I wanted to get Return of the Dragon King completed as soon as possible to focus on other projects. Sorry if I should leave out any extra details, like those in Konquest mode, but it had been exhausting both mentally and physically with fatigue and disinterest. I'll try and resolve its convoluted timeline in my chronology. Like Melina and Lei Chen, like come on. Of course, I want to give quick shoutouts to those who gave me inspiration, MK Crypt, which I had a fallout with too, but he helped me a lot. There's Mortal Kombat Addict, MK Temple with its informative history, 616 Entertainment's history of Mortal Kombat Marathon, Tapmock, True Underdog, The Fourth Snake, even the role players I had such as Kung Jin, Johnny, Sindel, Gerard, Deity of Fire, Lord Raiden, even Anonymous Affection who provided with the Deception Konquest walkthrough. There were many triumphs and sacrifices in this epic, even from what I went through. Every event led up to a just cause, all leading up to Armageddon and the final combat. Oh man, that was a great ending. I'm finally finished with Book 5. Well, Book 4 if you don't count the one-shot, A Date and a Destiny before Shinnok's uprising. But yeah, I'm finally done with Return of the Dragon King. And I hope that soon I will complete Final Combat, hopefully in the summer, and I'll do a podfic of that too. So, until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you in the next epic. Ciao.
The end.